Testing 123.
テスト123。
World Series 1 of Gran Turismo here in London is underway. Sai Suzuki leads the field across the line, followed by Miyazono, then Sato. So it's BMW, Subaru and Porsche down towards the first corner. Is anybody going to think about a dive into T1? I think they're a bit too far away, really, to be honest with you.
And here comes Kawakami in the Lexus, the reigning champions up into third position here. Sato looking to the inside, looking to retake that P3. He's there, he's alongside, already back up into third place goes Sato, so he has no interest in staying behind Team Lexus.
Toyota and Morimoto going to try and join the party. There's a bit of head and shoulder, a bit of contact into the hairpin. That's going to send Sasaki wide and drop them down about 3 or 4 places as a result of that as well. So it's now starting to get a bit fast and a bit frantic with these medium job runners. Cockburn looks to the inside of Kawakami. And here's Morimoto there as well. There's more contact behind with Kawakami, then subsequently getting into the back of Cockburn. That's allowed the door to be open for Okamoto in the Nissan, who now drags alongside the Lexus.
Sato goes defensive to the inside. It's now too wide. Where will Kokuben go? Nowhere to go there. So Sato blocking the inside, then Kawakami also the outside. Kokuben pushing his way through there up into P4. Kokuben looking to the outside of Sato, goes defensive in the Porsche. Will he be able to outbrake the Mazda on the outside? He tries to. He's still alongside the Porsche, fighting for dear life at P3. Keeps the pace, but now they're on the inside there. Who is that?
That's Gotto. That's Gotto on the inside with a massive send. The door was sort of half open there, and now it's Sato versus Gotto, side by side on the exit of the corner. This is getting fast and frantic. Gotto with the inside line against Sato, again soft versus medium. Now it's the Lamborghini driver that's up through and into the podium places. Sato almost faces the wall on the outside. Morimoto picks his pocket in the Toyota, and now also Cockburn ready to join in on the action.
The high speed game of chess. Suzuki there shows his hand. Up into first place goes Team BMW. Is that where Miyazono wants to be though? Because on the next lap, the final lap, he'll have the toe down to the hairpin. But Suzuki is not thinking about that right now. Miyazono looking to the inside. Will he ever go here? Yeah, shoving his nose there, going for a very late move on Suzuki. They're just trying to unsettle him. 272 kilometers an hour. Suzuki goes defensive. Miyazono goes all the way to the outside. Can he try and get a butt? He does! Plays him like a fiddle. Up into third place goes the Kima Miyazono. Masterful move there from the multiple champion up into lead. He goes with only a few corners to go.
But it is then going to be maximum points in Gran Turismo World Series 1 here in London for Team Subaru and for Takuma Miyazono, who win the grand final. What a fantastic end to that race. Suzuki and BMW come over the line in second. It's Cockburn for Mazda on the podium in the 2025 Manufacturers' Cup for the GT World Series. Hello and welcome to Berlin for the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series. It is great to be back in front of our wonderful live audience. Oh, Oh, what a joy, what a joy. So good to be here. Action to come from the manufacturers and the Nations Cup here tonight. Now, Jimmy, if we just recap what happened in the Manufacturers Cup the last time out, of course, it was delight for Team Subaru. For other drivers and teams, it didn't go quite so well, though.
Yeah, interesting. Team Lexus won the whole thing last year. 0 points, same for Porsche, very strong team, but it means today it really makes a difference.
Absolutely. Well, of course, we've got 12 manufacturers all battling for 6 crucial points here tonight. It's going to be very, very exciting.
Yes, we actually have 4 brand new drivers for the Manufacturers Cup, and we're going to be talking to a couple of them in a little bit of time, just as a kind of meet and greet, which is going to be kind of cool. I'm very interested to know how they're going to fare from, playing at home to then being sat in these hot seats, because it is a real big difference. But before we get into all that, I do have a question, and that is, do you like free stuff? Don't forget that you can get involved with the World Series inside Gran Turismo 7 with the bonus campaign. Just click on the Winners Campaign banner on the GT7 world map, and that's going to give you the chance to win 1 million credits for each of the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup by predicting who's going to win. Just think of all the stuff you could buy with that. Don't forget that you can enter and vote right up until the start of each Grand Final. Good luck. Watch the World Series broadcast through your GT7 game, and you'll unlock some special in-game rewards through the Viewers Campaign. Watching the Manufacturers Cup means you'll be gifted a car with the winning team's livery. Tune in and claim your rewards. Everyone likes free stuff, myself included, and here's your chance to grab some.
Let me check the other mode.
Let's take a look.
I guess it's the same thing.
選手選ぶの忘れてた。
Now, to talk about this very exciting brand new partnership, we have Tachido-san from Dunlop and, of course, Kazunori Yamauchi, who is the series producer of Gran Turismo. So, first of all, Tachido-san, welcome to the Gran Turismo family. What has brought you here to come join us?
はい、皆さんこんばんは。今日私たちダンロップがグランツーリスモワールドシリーズに参加し、オフィシャルタイヤパートナーに就任することを発表でき、大変嬉しく光栄に思っています。
So today, good evening everyone. I'm very happy and honored to be able to announce that we, Dunlop, will take part in the Gran Turismo World Series as the official tire partner.
And we are very, very excited to have you. Now, of course, Dunlop has a rich history in motorsport and innovation. So, what was your decision to come and join sim racing?
はい、私たちは100年以上にわたって世界各地でレースやラリーに挑んでタイヤと技術を鍛えてきました。そして現在ではタイヤ開発はバーチャル環境でも行われております。このグランツーリスモに搭載されているような最先端のシミュレーション技術を活用することで、高性能タイヤを開発することが可能になっています。
So we've been active in racing and rallying all over the world for the last 100 years now. And we've been always continuing to refine our tires and technology in that way. And today, tire development is also being done virtually as well. And by using cutting-edge simulation technology like you see in Gran Turismo, this is how we're able to produce our high-performance tires.
このリアルとバーチャルの融合こそがグランツーリスモとのパートナーシップを必然的なものにしています。そしてグランツーリスモワールドシリーズはモータースポーツの未来を体現していると思っています。それは全ての人に開かれ、グローバルでデジタルで、そして熾烈に競い合う世界です。これらの価値観というものは私たちダンロップが日々活動の中で大切にしているものであります。
And this fusion of the real and virtual is what makes the partnership with Gran Turismo a natural choice. And the Gran Turismo World Series represents the future of motorsports. It's a world in which it is open to everyone, globally and digitally, enabling fierce competition for everyone who participates. And these values are also things that Dunlop values most in our daily undertakings as well.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, I think it's fair to say we're all pretty big Gran Turismo fans, right? Yeah? Here in this room and at home? Yamahachi-san, obviously Gran Turismo is renowned for its innovation and its realism. So what does having a partnership with Dunlop mean for the future of all of the Gran Turismo players here and at home?
ですね、まず長い歴史と高い技術力を持っているダンロップの皆さんとこうしてパートナーシップを結べたこと、大変光栄に思っています。
So first off, I'm very honored to be able to have this partnership with a company like Dunlop that has this very long history and technological prowess.
僕ら30年ぐらいザ・リアルドライビングシミュレーター作ってるわけですけれども、ドライビングシミュレーターって結局行き着く先はタイヤだったりするんですよね。そこが一番ミステリアスで奥が深いところなんです。なのでこのパートナーシップを通じて、ダンロップの皆さんの技術的な知見が僕らに流れてくる、あるいは僕らのシミュレーションの技術をダンロップの皆さんに提供することによって、新しいタイヤの世界、新しい自動車の世界を作っていけたらいいなと思っています。
Yeah, so we've been working and creating the real driving simulator for 30 years now. And one of the most important things and one of the most mysterious things about recreating a car in the virtual world is actually the tires. And having this partnership with Dunlop, we're hoping that they will be able to convey some of their technical knowledge to us, and at the same time, for us to provide the simulation technology that may open new worlds for the development of tires and cars.
I'm excited to see that. You guys are excited to see that, right? So just very quickly before we go, Fuchido-san, do you have anything that you would like to say to Kazunori or the Gran Turismo fans out there?
はい、山内さん、本当に私たちを快くグランツーリスモファミリーの一員として迎えてくださいましてありがとうございます。山内さん、そしてポリフォニーデジタルの皆さんと共にこれから取り組んでいけることを心から楽しみにしています。
Yeah, so I really want to thank Yamauchi-san for welcoming us as a member of the Gran Turismo family, and we're looking very forward to working with Yamauchi-san and everyone at Polyphony Digital. And
グランツーリスモファンの皆さんへ、皆さんの楽しみをより豊かで充実したものにするために私たち本当にしっかり貢献してまいりたいと思います。
And lastly, to all the drivers competing today, we would like to wish you luck and the best race possible.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us, Takuya-san. Thank you so much.
から最後にですね、
ゼロさん今度
今日レースに臨むドライバーの皆さんへご健闘をお祈りしています。最高のレースを期待しています。
So we'd like to contribute to the effort to enrich the enjoyment of all Gran Turismo fans out there. And again, good luck to all the drivers today.
Good luck to Murano, of course. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much.
皆さんこのレース楽しんでってくださいね。
So please enjoy the races today.
Now, before we go off, we do hope that you followed all of the story from round one in London, and we're a bit annoyed if you didn't, but we're not going to hold it against you, so we've done a little recap for you.
Let's GOOL.
Well, we're ready to go. World Series 1 of Gran Turismo here in London is underway. contact into the hairpin. That's going to send Sasaki wide and drop them down about 3 or 4 places as a result of that as well. So it's now starting to get a bit fast and a bit frantic with these medium job runners.
Well, Kokuman go nowhere to go there, so Sato blocking the inside lane, Kawakami also the outside, Kokuman pushing his way through there up into P4, for dear life for P3, keeps the pace, but now on the inside there, who is that?
That's Goto. That's Goto on the inside with a massive send. The door was sort of half open there, and now it's Sato versus Goto.
The high speed game of chess, Suzuki there shows his hand, up into first place goes Team BMW. Is that where Miyazono wants to be though? Because on the next lap, the final lap, he'll have to tow down to him, but Suzuki is not thinking about that right now. Miyazono looking to the inside, will he ever go here? Yeah, showing his nose there, going for a very late move on Suzuki. They're just trying to unsettle him to the outside. Can he try and get him up? He does! Plays him like a fiddle up into third place.
Then going to be maximum points in Gran Turismo World Series 1 here in London for Team Subaru and for Takuma Miyazono, who win the grand final. Well, now it's time to meet our drivers here for Gran Turismo World Series 2 in Berlin. Please welcome driving for
You
Team
going sleep
Porsche,
at a time
all the way
like
from
this?
Spain, it's Jose Serrano.
JK.
Jose is the 2023 Nations Cup World Champion, part of Team Spain, and he'll be able to add to his points tally. Lucas Benelli drives for Mercedes AMG. He's the most experienced driver in that team for 2025. Let's see what the Brazilian driver is able to do. Team Lexus, Giorgio Mangano is behind the wheel here this weekend, the Italian driver. He competed at the first ever World Series event back in 2018. Valerio Gallo for Honda, he's the 2021 Nations Cup World Champion, but he's yet to win an event here in the Manufacturers Cup. Nave Alifa for Lamborghini, it's his debut Gran Turismo World Series event. Give it up. Another debutant making his debut on the international stage tonight, the 30-year-old João Jesus for Ferrari. Let's see what the Portuguese driver can do here in Berlin. Another debutant for McLaren, it's Jay Murphy, 21 years old. Let's see what his launch onto the international stage will be like.
Jesus, let's GOOL.
And the Polish driver, Mikolaj Sejak, makes his debut here tonight as well. He's just 18 years old. He's driving for Team Nissan. Kaida Bruin is driving for Team Toyota. He's seeking his first ever Gran Turismo World Series win here tonight. P3 in London with Team Mazda. They've got Paul Ura behind the wheel here this evening. He's the Nations Cup and Toyota Gazoo Racing GT Cup champion of 2023. Team BMW, second in London. They've got Thomas Laboutelet behind the wheel. His third year driving for that team. Let's see whether they can add to their podium tally here tonight. And the winners from London, Team Subaru, have got Kylian Drumont behind the wheel. The 21-year-old is one of the quickest drivers on Gran Turismo. He's a former Manufacturers Cup champion with Subaru back in 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our 12 drivers. We now ask you to please stand if you're able for our national anthem of our host nation here in Germany.
今度は英語が子守歌に聞こえてきましたよ。やばいです。ぜひ頑張ってほしいです。わら。リオきっと一日10グランツやってたね。わら。はい。彼このチャンネル登録してくれてるなキッズら。すげえ。
Yes, we are super happy to be here in Berlin. What a great city. The drivers have been out, they've been enjoying their time here, but now it's time to be getting serious. They've practiced just about as much as they're going to be able to, so now it's going to be coming to crunch time. Oh, yes. So while they get themselves set up, and we're going to have that grand final in just a few moments, why don't we take a little bit of a look at the competition format? The Nations Cup features the best 12 drivers in the world from the 2025 online qualifiers. 9 countries are participating in the Nations Cup World Series this season. Spain, France and Japan are the most represented countries with 2 drivers each. All of the drivers will get the chance to set a time over a one-lap attack to determine the grid for the sprint race. In the sprint, drivers will get behind the wheel of the Porsche 962C. And how well they perform will determine their spot for the start of the grand final. All 12 drivers.
So the points rankings then for the Manufacturers' Cup for round 2. Subaru, of course, lead it after winning in London in emphatic style with Takuma Miyazono. BMW there in second place and Mazda hot on their heels in third.
Yeah, but more importantly, a lot of very, very quick teams who have not scored points yet. Honda, we've got Gallo with him today. We've got Lexus, our champions from last year, and of course you mentioned Porsche as well, someone who's usually at the top of the sheets. They're not doing so well, but all to play for. Points are still out there. Let's see if they can improve in their positions.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how that all plays out. But of course, we've got some new names on the grid here this weekend, and Jules is down catching up with a couple of them.
Yes, I am. I'm here with Joao Jesus and Jay Murphy, who are 2 of our 4 new drivers in the manufacturer. Give them a welcome. Come on, give them a round of applause. Done very well to get here. We only have the best of the best. First of all, guys, welcome to the Gran Turismo family. It's very nice for you to be here. How have you found it? Because obviously, you know, you play the game at home, you watch it at home. Has it been like what you thought it was going to be to actually be here at a live event?
No, I thought it would be maybe a little bit different, but
like in what way? More confetti, more
I
fireworks.
thought there'd be a lot less because you're treated very well out here, and there's amazing people behind the scene, and they do a really good job and pay a lot of money for us to be here. So really appreciate everything they've given us.
Has it been fun? Have you been enjoying like meeting all the? Okay, so obviously you're meeting the drivers a lot, you know, face to face. Have you made some new friends?
Yes, and made some new friends. It's been a lot of fun to meet everyone you can meet online, and they've all been very friendly. They didn't reveal the strategy, but we're all gonna do our best and try to make the best result possible. So.
I mean, how do you feel you're going to do? So obviously playing at home, you know, doing kind of online qualifier stuff like that. When you're sitting in those seats, it feels quite different. How do you think you're going to do? Do you think you're going to be okay? Do you feel quite calm?
I think I'll do pretty good. For the first qualifying, maybe a little bit not as confident as I would have thought. The equipment is a little bit different, but once you get used to it a few laps, and I've had a bad moment already with the mistake, so hopefully that's the last one that I'll have for the rest of today.
You'll get used to it. How do you think you're going to
A bit nervous and a bit different, but you just gotta adapt and try to stay calm and do your best.
Just do some nice calm breathing exercises and you'll be okay. It'll all come back to you. Well, a big welcome to brand new members of our Gran Turismo family. Thank you for joining us. Good luck in the race. Back to Tom and Jimmy.
Well, lovely to catch up there with Jay Murphy and Joao Jesus. Joao Jesus looks like he got a great hug, massive biceps. Anyway, driver lineup, 12 of them on the grid here for the Manufacturers' Cup here tonight. Jimmy, I'm looking forward to this one. I'm looking forward to seeing what Subaru are going to do, especially with Kylian Drumont behind the wheel.
Yeah, such a strong lineup here today. I mean, we always say this, but as these events have gone on, they get faster and faster and faster, and it's so cool to see the strength of field now. Of course, we've been to London already. Right now, we're at Berlin. Where are we going next, Tom?
We're off to Los Angeles, which I am very excited about in, the depths of November. So it should be still quite nice there weather-wise. Tickets are on sale for that now. And then the World Finals taking place in Fukuoka in Japan. A new venue, a new location on the Gran Turismo World Series calendar. As I said, you can buy tickets, scan the QR code on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It'll give you all the details on that. And tickets for Fukuoka will not be far around the corner as well. We're very much excited to see you there and looking forward to seeing how the Gran Turismo
Macon.
World Series is going to develop
Beijing
over the
Ho.
course of 2025 as we get ready to crown our world champions right before Christmas. It is going to be, well, an exciting present, I'm sure, for some
Let's go
drivers
to
and some
Brazil.
teams. Let's see whether they'll be adding to that tally
I want a
here tonight. Of course,
WQT.
we've got one race for them to come here, but we had a
おじいちゃん
qualifying
なくして
session
ワールドシリー
earlier
ズ
on
はない
today.
ね。
Let's give you some highlights of what happened. So, drivers went out on track at the Nürburgring 24-hour layout. One lap
I wanna
shootout
watch
right to
here.
the checkered flag. Jose Serrano in the Porsche was first up. It was pretty handy
間違いないですね。
behind the wheel of that car. They did some BOP adjustments back in the Gran Turismo land, and we were hoping to see Porsche elevating themselves up the order. The first lap time we saw
The
on the door though, for
manufacturers was
Serrano
AAR.
was 8:04.5, so not bad at all there for the Spaniard, but he was a bit disappointed. Felt that there was more room left on the table.
Then yes, such a good there on the session after we had a few more times coming in that GTR Nismo, of course,
Macon
myself, a
stay
very
and enjoy grinning
unashamed
face with
Nissan
smiling
fan,
eyes.
threatening Jose Serrano's time just only a tenth of a second slower. But not a bad effort there from a Nissan driver.
Yeah.
But he's not leaving though, is he?
Oh, well, Mikolaj Sejak, for his first ever Gran Turismo World Series event, to get it up into second place with just a couple of drivers left remaining. Not bad at all, but the BMW, we know, was really, really quick for World Series 1 back in London. They just missed out on victory by a hair's breadth when they were overtaken by Subaru in the dying stages. So it was all eyes on Thomas Laboutelet to see what he was going to be able to do. He came to the timing line, though, and he put it up fastest, an 8:04.3. Couple of tenths of a second to the good of Jose Serrano, and all that left was Kylian Drumont in the Subaru. We know the Achilles heel of that car has been straight line speed. We know, of course, down the Nottingham Her, there's a long straight where they could potentially have been losing time.
A really good midsection there from Kylian Drumont. So it's just a drive to the line for Team Subaru. 8:04.3 to beat from Thomas Laboutelet in that BMW M6. And Drumont came across the line to go fastest, the only man to go into the 8:03s. An awesome time there from him, putting Subaru at the front of the pack.
Fantastic job from Kylian Drumont and from Team Subaru to bag pole position, continuing where they left off in London. Thomas Laboutelet and BMW will join them on the front row. Then it's Porsche with Serrano, Sejak on his debut in fourth place ahead of Jura, Gallo, Lanuza with Alfler, with then Brun, Mangano, Jesus and Kamada completing the grid. So yeah, really exciting to see what is going to happen ahead of the grand final. Of course, 6 points on offer for the grand final here today as well. Points all the way down to 6th place. So, you know, let's be fair. There's 12 drivers on the grid here. 6 of them are going to be delighted. 6 of them are going to be pretty disappointed.
Yeah, all super competitive as well, as you saw. I mean, Sejak there, it's like, oh man, I'm a couple of attempts off. Let me throw my headset across the room. But you might have seen the circuit already. Let's go into a bit more detail. It's one that I'm fairly familiar with nowadays. That's right, we're going to, I think, the greatest piece of tarmac in the world. It is the Nürburgring 24-hour layout, which is the GP circuit with this just a little mountain road kind of thing attached to the end of it.
I've seen that somewhere before. Yeah. Are you contractually bound to talk about it in a positive light now?
Yeah, you know what, definitely. It's my favourite circuit in the world. I can't think of a better place to test our drivers, especially as we're here in Germany as well. 6 laps, which doesn't sound like a lot of time, but 6 laps around there, it's about 40 minutes or so of racing. Here's our suggested tyre strategy. What we tend to do, we get this given to us, then we go talk to the players. So we tend to get a little bit of a different opinion. Some think that soft tyre, if they're very careful, can last 2 laps. Others think not a chance.
They're going to have to be driving like Granny in the supermarket car park to get 2 laps out of those soft tyres, I have to say. You can see the pace difference between the mediums and the hards there as well. So big difference in that. So yeah, it's something to really consider over the course of this one. And as Jimmy said, very sort of fast middle speed corners in the midsection, so you're putting a lot of wear on the outside fronts and so on and so forth, aren't you?
Yes, speaking of, the fast flying section, I thought we'd break down a bit of a section of the Nürburgring. T13 all the way down.
Please do.
To the Nürburgring proper, the northern loop, the Nordschleife. First, this has been switch curve. Brake earlier than you think. Get to hats and back now. This long right-hander. I might have touched the curb a little bit there, but don't tell anyone there. Really bumpy here in real life. Touch the brakes, the car squirms over. The game around the Nordschleife. You can touch these curbs on either side. Nice drive, Jimmy, not so bad. But now, really important corner here, there's a little right-left. You get a long straight up this, so exit is everything. You can use all the road on the outside. And then they come up to the Flugplatz. Used to be of corner, but now a bit flatter. So a little bit of a lift for here. I think our competitors might be able to go flatter there, feeling adventurous. And then we just let the car run free. In this car, the V8, of course, in front of this AMG, just up to 260, 270 kilometers an hour to come down towards Schwedenkreuz. Please excuse my pronunciation. I'm trying my best. I'm not German. Really fast left-hander, flat through here, almost 260 k's on the apex, then hard on the anchors down to Arenberg. And that's just a third of the circuit, Tom. That's a third of the Nordschleife right there.
Wonderful. Thanks for that, Jimmy. Good thing you've got some experience, really. I like the pronunciation. Let's see who, though, the audience thought were going to be in with a chance of taking victory. Well, Porsche and Jose Serrano were at the top of the pile. You can see Kylian Drumont there down in fourth place. Despite starting on pole position, he was only sharing 10% of the vote. Mazda and Honda up there as well as BMW a little bit further down. So, a bit of an interesting mix of things. And now the drivers getting their game faces on. 6 laps of action at the Nordschleife circuit, the Nürburgring 24-hour layout, and yeah, I'm really interested to see how this one is going to play out, because overtaking once you get off the GP circuit, it's pretty difficult given the nature of the Nordschleife.
Yeah, you say that, but you know what? You ain't trying hard enough. You can pass anywhere if you're brave enough. Maybe without contact, who knows? But you know, as was shown there, that run into Arenberg, you can get a move there around the outside super easy if you're feeling adventurous.
Absolutely. Well, let's head down then to Jules as we get ready to go for the start of the grand final of the Manufacturers' Cup here in Berlin.
Oh yes, it is now just moments away from the grand final. Guys, are you ready to see some of the best racing of your life? Oh my goodness, it is now time for the Manufacturers' Cup. Let's go!
Let's go.
始まるのかな。
Prepare your seats B.
12 drivers ready to go, 12 manufacturers, 6 points on offer here in Berlin for Gran Turismo World Series 2. How is this one going to play out, and how are the championship tables going to reflect the result as we head further into the World Series of this season? Well, Kylian Drumont continues the strong momentum for Subaru as they line up on pole position here today with Thomas Labousselet and BMW alongside. Then it's Porsche. Disappointment in London. They bounce back to start P3 ahead of Nikolai Sejak in fourth position, the Polish driver who makes his debut for Nissan. Then it's Pole Europe for Mazda, P5. Valerio Gallo in the Honda NSX is sixth on the grid. Lucas Pinelli lines up P7 for Mercedes AMG, and Al Flair with the Saudi Arabian driver for Toyota, P8. De Bruyne lines up P9, and then you've got Giorgio Mangino in 10th position for Lexus. João Jesus for Ferrari in 11th position, and Jay Murphy, the McLaren driver. A lot of support for him here tonight. And now, of course, our first look at the tyre strategies for the first time. Now, we can see the top two, Drumont and Labousselet, they've started on the soft competitive tyre, which to me indicates that they're going to try and make a break early.
Well, yeah, we've seen the pace from Drumont in qualifying, and of course Labousselet, both very quick over a single lap. Last thing they want to do is ruin the ability to run that pace by running in a pack. So, yeah, go soft tyre. I'm surprised to see Sejak there running the hard tyre in P4. So he will be basically in the way of all the medium runners behind, but the longer he can keep him there, the better for his race. So definitely a strategy in those tyre calls already.
Yeah, it seems like he's sort of trying to go ugly early, as it were. Get those hard tyres out of the way as soon as he possibly can. Hold the pack up while they're all quite close behind, and see whether he can use that to his advantage. Well, let's see what will happen. Who has called the strategy right? Who will be taking the checkered flag and those all-important 6 points. We're about to find out as Gran Turismo World Series 2 for the Manufacturers' Cup here in Berlin is underway. Drummond and Subaru lead them down towards the first corner, followed by Laboutelet and then Serrano and then Sejak in the Porsche and the Nissan respectively. Don't expect any dive bombs down into that first corner, but Serrano closing up. I say that, there are some dive bombs taking place. It's Jura is making hay whilst the sun shines. He's already on the attack against Sejak, but Sejak goes back through on Valerio Gallo as well as Jura, back up into fourth. So moves being made in the mid-pack there, and Sejak looking a little bit vulnerable as we expected on those hard tyres.
Yeah, Sejak there showing Jura the outside of the circuit, really hard defending early on, but you're seeing the difference there, those hard tyres. They take a while to fire up, they're going to be cold right now. When they're cold, they have less grip. So right now, Jura, Benelli, Gallo all making advantage of the fact they have a softer compound. It's up to temperature quicker, and then it's able to drive by him like he's standing still. You could argue maybe that's not a bad thing because they're not going to squabble so much, but if you said Jack, he's gone from 4th to 7th in about 3 corners.
Yeah, losing track position means, of course, you're going to have to gain that a little bit later on. You can see fairly robust driving from Sejak coming through the Michael Schumacher S there as well. He's just got Alifa in the Lamborghini right behind him, who's on the medium compound of tyres. Then you've got 3 other hard job runners. Meanwhile, sharp end of this race, nothing really to report from Drummond and Laboutelet. They've cleared off about a second or so ahead of Jose Serrano, as one would begin to expect. First corner incident here is under investigation, as we can see on our screen as well. We'd like to get a replay of that and see exactly what happened. We did see some dive bombs to the inside there for Pol Jura, but was there a bit more that meets the eye that we perhaps didn't quite manage to make a break of? Either way, we go on to the Nordschleife layout for the first time, and it's Drummond in front from Laboutelet, and now is where those soft tyres on these medium speed corners are going to be really having their advantage.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know the GP circuit is in any way related to this track when you get onto it. It's completely different. And you go from long runoffs to barriers being far away rapid ramps to basically you make a mistake, you are in that barrier. And lots of curves, you have to memorise what you can, what you can't touch. It's a unique challenge just to get around here on your own, let alone with just sharing the circuit with 11 other maniacs. So a lot of fun there. But speaking of maniacs, it's Valerio Gallo in the NSX. Very, very fast driver and trying to close the gap between himself and Jose Serrano. So Serrano is the leader on the medium runners. This is something you have to keep an eye on right now. As we go to the front of the field, Drummond having to try and defend from Thomas Laboutelet. He's going to look maybe around the outside here, not really. I just want to get that done. But again, we're seeing the Achilles heel of that Subaru. They've been able to drive up to the back of him, but to decide better of it, Thomas Laboutelet. He's going to stay in second place for that.
Drummond a little bit deep though, going into that right-hander. I wonder if that might have compromised a little bit, but he's certainly feeling the pressure here of his compatriot. 2 Frenchmen at the sharp end of this race. You can see how Laboutelet is able to use that slipstream to his advantage to close up. I don't think he's going to embed something into this section of the circuit because it will both send them into the barrier, and indeed Laboutelet thinks better of it. But the question is here, for Kylian Drummond, how long can he keep Laboutelet behind? Is it going to cost them time, though, as well? Because Serrano's there, 2 seconds off the back of them. If the top 2 start squabbling amongst one another, all that's going to do is bring them back into the gap that they've created and bring Serrano Gallo potentially into play for this.
I think the long game here. Everyone's got different strategies, everyone's trying their own thing here. So I think if I'm Thomas Laboutelet in that BMW, I'm thinking, right, okay, I know I'm going to pass this guy on the back straight if I'm within half a second. So I'll just stay there for now and let this guy pull me along, because in the medium speed corners, that Subaru is super quick. Anyway, back to G1. What was instant here with Giorgio Mangano. Contact there. Oh, it's a Supra there. Toyota getting spun, kind of through, but then Mangano gets spat out by João Jesus there, so I'm not quite sure. No further action from the stewards. I think that was just everyone trying to go for the same bit of time out there, don't they?
It's difficult always when it concertinas up in corners like that, especially in the first corner, and you know, it's not particularly wide part of the circuit. It really does bottleneck up, so I guess race direction just deeming it, you know, first corner drivers, don't do it again. As long as that doesn't happen any further times, then it should be all right. So let's look at the drivers here who are on the hard compounds of tyres, the likes of Sejak, Jesus, De Bruyne and Merv. How are they going to play this one? Because of course they're hemorrhaging time at the moment. They're sort of taking the pain early on, but in theory the race will come back to them in the latter stages, depending on what strategies they go for. You can see that brought up on our screen at the moment. You can get 2 laps up the soft tyres if you're particularly careful, but if you're the likes of Laboutelet and Drummond, I mean look, they've cleared off 3 seconds at the sharp end of this one. They're not hanging about here, they're not saving their tyres, are they?
Look at this as well, the difference here in speed on the hill. just in that draft. Surprised the Butte don't sit gear. Maybe just to save that little bit of fuel. Fuel is also a concern around here, by the way. You have to make sure you're fueled up the right amount to get to the end. Sounds simple, but it's hard to do in practice when you're there driving these things around the ring. But yeah, as you say, Tom, like it's just trying to make sure you don't fall too far back at this point. And it just like get the impression that the Butte is just kind of biding his time. We see the background there, Jose Serrano, that is the gap visually to third position at the start of those medium runners. So with the carousel for the first time, great bit of racetrack there. You really feel the car fighting for its life through there. And Gallo there leading the charge for fourth place onwards. But I say, if anything, falling back from Serrano.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, because I was mentioning about the hard shot runners, you know, damage limitation there, but exactly the same story for the medium shot runners. You've got now 3 sort of sets of drivers, all in their own group, all running their own strategies, and this is what happens in the manufacturers' cup when you have races like this, is that, you know, they're not necessarily the most action-packed ones in the first couple of laps, but towards the end, once all the strategies all work out, the fuel stops, the tyre saving, and so on and so forth, once they've all taken place, you get a really exciting crescendo to this race. So the likes of Gran and Butte, fine, the race is great for them in these early stages of it, but the latter stages, they're going to be taking that pain that the drivers on the medium and the high runners are suffering from now. So they're going to be slower towards the end of the race, and the converse for those behind.
They're coming through the last third of the Nordschleife. Now, my favourite bit of racetrack is it's just so fast, it's so flowing. You have to really trust the car through here, especially through this section here. You come over the Flansgarten jump, see it coming off the floor there, and then you're met immediately with the Stefan Beloff S coming up now, where the car just skips over the place. You almost have to just trust in that mysterious aerodynamic thing that you can't see, but it is there, and then just thread the car through the curve. It's an exhilarating piece of racetrack, but it is very much one at a time through there, as Gallo has pulled away slightly from Paul Ura. Now, what I'm interested in seeing now is whether Drumont's managed to gap Le Butte, which he has a little bit, a second now, that is kind of getting out of draft range. So that might mean Le Butte won't be able to pass here, going down towards T1.
Yeah, let's see whether Le Butte can use the straight line speed to his advantage if he can close up, as you say, from that gap that has been created. What about Lucas Benelli, Mercedes-AMG? Benelli, we can see there, very interesting driving position that he has. He sort of sits quite close to the wheel, almost on it, really, whereas you look at Paul Ura, much more relaxed in terms of his arm positioning there. And now Benelli has got the bit between his teeth, because he's got the slipstream and he's got the straight line speed to take advantage of Paul Ura as we come down the Döttinger. Side by side we go between the Mazda and the Mercedes. It's going to be nice and easy for the Mercedes to go through. But what about, yeah, exactly that, what I was about to say, the Honda, because they're going to get boxed in here. Valerio Gallo loses one place, loses 2 places potentially, because Paul Ura is now side by side with Gallo as they come up and over the rise. It's always a bit tense and a bit sketchy coming through here 2 by 2, but Gallo just decides to not fight it too hard as the top 2 at the sharp end of this one come into the pit lane at the end of the first lap off the soft tyres. Now, which way are they going to go in terms of their strategy?
Yeah, fresh set of the virtual Dunlop tyres going on our first time, our first Dunlop pit stop, I think this is, Tom. So cool to have Dunlop, of course, now as official partner of the Gran Turismo World Series. What's going on though? So softs come off, mediums go on there for Drumont, same for Le Butte as well. Kind of Brewer coming in, getting off those hard compounded tyres early, only doing 1 lap on those. So I guess going for 3 on the medium then, or 4 on the medium, it must be.
It's going to be an interesting one to see how that works out. You know, medium tyres, they're okay, but, you know, in terms of their longevity, certainly not as good as the hard tyres. The converse is the hard tyres are a few seconds a lap slower than the medium. So I guess he's just trying to take the pain for that and get off it. You can see there he's a full-time automotive engineering student at his Kaiderbrunnen, so he's well versed in sort of adapting to changes on the fly. And let's see whether that's one that will pay off for the Dutchman, who, of course, as we know, is still seeking his first podium in the Gran Turismo World Series. Meanwhile, sharp end of this race is now occupied by Jose Serrano, who's in the lead. Lucas Benelli, who, of course, we saw getting ahead of Ura and Gallo down the Döttinger at the end of the last lap, now sits in second in the Mercedes-AMG. Ura's into third. Gallo's here just keeping a watching brief in 4th place. It's interesting as well, looking at the likes of Drumont and Le Butte, because they went from the soft to the medium tyres. I mean, Le Butte, he has to follow what Drumont's doing if he doesn't want to lose track position. That's the problem with being second on the road. You've kind of got to follow the strategy and then work it out later on.
Yeah, I mean, that's not always a bad thing, though, because I think if the positions were reversed, you'd just see the same sort of thing. You'd see the Le Butte leading from Vermont. It'll just be a waiting game. Sometimes it is that. I mean, it's a high-speed game of chess. I say that a lot in these broadcasts because it is. These guys are at the level now where strategy often decides the race. The actual driving performance is so close. So we'll keep an eye on those, keep them informed. Benelli's struggling there for the first part of the Hudson's Back complex. Just trying to get the car turned in. Of course, that AMG front engine, so drones sometimes a little bit of understeer. Looks like he's really struggling with the front end through there, but able to keep the pace for now. Meanwhile, looking down the field, Sejak on the hard compound tyre is ahead of Giorgio Mangano, starting on the medium. So Sejak having a very good race at the moment, despite starting on that slower tyre.
Yeah, we know that Mangano, of course, was caught in some bother, don't we, down in that first corner, which kind of started the Lexus drivers' race off on the back foot. They, bear in mind, they're reigning champions. Lexus have had a dog's day so far of 2025. It's not been brilliant. Pointless in London and now down in 7th place for this. They'll be really hoping for fortune to favour them in the second half of this race and also in the second half of the Gran Turismo World Series for 2025 as well. Benelli, a little bit wide there, just going through that right-hander. Might allow Jura and Gallo to close up just a touch. It's, again, very much one at a time through this part of the lap, but you wonder whether Benelli's just starting to push a little bit harder, maybe just making a couple of mistakes and allowing a bit of a sniff of an opportunity here for Jura and Gallo possibly to see where Benelli is a little bit weaker, maybe on the exits of the corners or the entries of the corners, wherever it may be, and use that to their advantage to try and create an overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, I get the impression Benelli actually is maybe holding these guys up a little bit at the moment. We'll see though. He needs to try and bridge that gap. We know Paul Jura will go for a move. We know Gallo will go for a move if he sees one there. So always one to watch out for.
So Serrano it is that leads 2.5 seconds to the sharp end of this race. He's still got the three hard shot runners of Sejak, Jesus and Murphy, the three newcomers, 3 out of 4 newcomers who are racing this one. I have to say, Nafir Al-Khaliya, the Saudi Arabian driver making his debut in this event, is doing a great job of things in the Lamborghini, currently sitting in P5. Meanwhile, this is Mangano returning the favour on Sejak, just coming through that left-hander.
Yeah, I think that's the indicator on there from Sejak, just basically saying, yeah, go on mate, off you go, don't worry about it. Pull me along, and yeah, there they are. Jesus there as well, of course, right behind Sejak. And man, that's that 458. I haven't heard of V8 Ferrari like that for a while. Sounds great, that thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, you would say that. You've just got a ball.
And it's
not a 458, but a Ferrari V8.
All right.
Now, it's a cracking sounding car. It's a 9,000 RPM out the box, that car. It's the last naturally aspirated V8 Ferrari ever made, and probably likely to have ever made as well. With Jesus behind the wheel, piloting it in 8th position. Meanwhile, 2nd, 3rd and 4th still running nose to tail with one another. Benelli ahead of Jura, ahead of Valerio Gallo as they come over the rise. So all pretty steady at the sharp end of this one, but Serrano doing a good job of having built a gap actually to the trio of drivers. I say fairly steady because Jura is now on the attack against Benelli as they go side by side, and the door is going to open in for Gallo. There's a bit of contact in the mid part of that right-hander there as Benelli just sort of almost merged into one. The upshot is the Brazilian driver drops 2 places.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that coming. I think now these guys have been waiting to sort of be released from Benelli, and I think we're probably going to see Benelli force the back of these guys now. He had a good effort having the Mercedes up there, but just haven't quite had the same level of precision and pace as these guys early on. So keep an eye on Paul Jura, keep an eye on Valerio Gallo to go through the carousel for the second time. Still more than half of this race left, so a lot can happen this one. A lot of pit stops still to come as well. Big question really is whether a lot of these medium runners are they going to box at the end of this lap?
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the second times. They all look pretty good out there. I mean, they're not going to be as quick. Oh, Drummond is a little bit deep there with Labousse all over his rear wing. And I just wonder whether Drummond's mistake is just going to give the opportunity here for Labousse to try and attack. And is he going to use that to his advantage? We're on the road to Murphy, about 1.3 seconds away from the Irish driver. So that could come into play here as well because Murphy's on a slower compound of tyre and could be a bit of a cork in the bottom. It might favour Labousse, it might favour Drummond, depending on how it works out, really. Let's have a look at what happened meanwhile with Benelli. So you've got Jura here on the outside. We're in a flat-out part of this circuit, and then Gallo is going to get a bit of a biff. Does a very good job to keep it on the straight and narrow. The upshot is, though, as we said, Benelli losing 2 places.
It was fine. I think it's fine. It's just hard racing, you know. They both came out okay, and I think that no reaction from my point of view anyway. But I'm not a steward as much as I try to be.
Oh, Drummond on the inside there of Jay Murphy, and now this is important here for Thomas Labousselet as well. He needs to get ahead of the Irish driver in that McLaren as soon as he possibly can, because all the time he's stuck behind him, he's losing track position, losing time, and he's then going to have to gain back up later on in the race. And is Murphy going to have anything to do with defending it? He is. He sort of parks the car on the apex there, denies an opportunity for Labousselet. So this is music to the ears of Kylian Drummond. Side by side they go. Labousselet's got the inside line and surely will now finally take the position, but you know he's lost about a second or so in relation to his compatriots.
Yeah, that is going to be huge for BMW's race there, because now they've lost that slipstream, they've lost that toe, and will he be able to get it back again? We know that Boutelet has pace in that BMW, but hasn't got enough to claw back the gap to Kylian Drummond. This is the best pace for him down the straight here. That BMW does have legs, the Subaru does not. So let's see. But Drummond already now coming up to the back of the guys who haven't pitted so far. Oh, Benelli back past Gallo.
Yep, so Benelli on the attack against Valerio Gallo coming down the Dostinger Hill then, so the two medium shot runners still swapping for position. The Mercedes is ahead for now, but what about Gallo in that Honda NSX? He's going to try and retaliate at the end as we come through the fast left hand, and we've already seen side-by-side action between these two. It just about stayed clean last time. This time, Benelli is able to hold firm ahead of the Italian as Serrano then comes into the pitch from the lead of the race. Are the other medium shot runners all coming in? Looks like they are, aside from Valerio Gallo. He's decided to go for another lap.
Yeah, interestingly, I think that this is where the strategies are going to start to diverge. And nice Alfala did the same thing as well, also going for the...
So this is interesting actually, because we were talking about this to Mikael Hizal yesterday, who is very much involved as part of balancing the performance of these cars. And he was saying that the mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars, i.e. the Honda NSX, the Lamborghini, etc., they're a bit easier on their tyres compared to the front-engine cars, like the Mercedes, like the BMW, for example, so, like the Lexus. So maybe they're using that mid-engine layout and they've just got a bit more tyre life in their pocket compared to their competitors, and that's what is giving them the comfort to carry on.
Yeah, but the downsides of running those mid-engine cars is they're a bit nicer on turn and they rotate better, but of course that means they're a bit more skipped, they tend to wear the rears a bit quicker as well. So Gallo might be leading right now, but he's going to have a car that's going to be handling, it's going to be pretty tricky getting this thing around at pace on on these worn medium tyres. But Gallo, we know, he's very quick, very capable driver, our 2021 Nations Cup champion, of course. But as you say, yet to taste success in the Manufacturers' Cup.
Be interesting to see a comparison in lap times here as well between the likes of Gallo and then Kylian Drummond, because they're both on the medium competitive tyres. Of course, Gallo's been on those from the start. Drummond has changed from the softs onto the medium, so they're both worn tyres, but Drummond's are in a far better condition compared to Valerio Gallo. Where were we last time around? So Gallo was an 8:09, but of course we saw Drummond pitting last time around as well. So we'll keep an eye on the different sector times. At the moment, Gallo is looking pretty handy at the sharp end of this one. So let's see how he can work this one out, and also what the likes of Drummond and Labousselet can do. But the gap between Drummond and Labousselet, we saw it increasing courtesy of Jay Murphy sort of interjecting between the two. It's now up to 1.6 seconds, so out of slipstreaming range.
Importantly, Gallo has got something that not really anyone else has right now, which is a nice big clear circuit in front of him. So right now he's driving into that gap and trying to make as much of a gap as possible.
Now, I was talking about Mikael Hizal a few minutes ago. This is Fly Magic. He's come and joined us.
Yeah.
Commentary box. It's great to have you here. How are you?
Hey, good, and you guys?
Very good. All the better for having you here. This is going to be, I think, the thinking driver's race, this one, isn't it? There's a lot of different strategies going on in terms of tyres and in terms of fuel. How do you see this one working out? Who, in your opinion, having watched it from the sidelines at the moment, is in a prime position?
So, you already talked about the tyre wear before, the different strategies, while some of the other drivers already went into the pits at the end of lap 2. Personally, when I saw that, I was already quite surprised to see them coming in so early, because normally you would try to use the softer tyre compound as long and as much as possible. So I'm kind of scared of their second lap on the soft tyre compound, so you might see some drama towards the end of the race.
So this is for the drivers that pitted and they're on the medium tyres at the moment. They're going to do 2 laps on the hard. Let's have a look here. This is what cost Labousselet ultimately against Jay Murphy. Murphy doing his own race, entitled to be in that position, but Labousselet, of course, has now hemorrhaged time to Drummond, and that's a big gap that he's now going to make up.
Yeah, but I think in those moments, if you're Jay Murphy, you know you're going to get passed by that guy. There's no point fighting, and you both cost each other time at that point. So I mean, as you say, definitely his own race, but he just cost himself time at the end. But I mean, Mick, of course, you've driven here tons of times. Virtually, you know these cars inside out. What would you say is the key factor to getting around here quickly and in one piece? I mean, all these different guys, different machinery as well. So
I think the biggest factor for this track is confidence. If you don't have the confidence to use the curves or like to know your car well around the circuit, then you're automatically going to end up losing a lot of time here. And we are already talking about the longest circuit in the world. So obviously there are a few cars on the track which are like easy to drive compared to a few other cars here, such as the Honda and the Ferrari, in my opinion, are a bit harder to drive than some of the other FR cars out there. But nevertheless, we are talking about the best drivers here in the world, and usually I also expect them to have like a lot of confidence in their own car.
we have Killian Drummond now in the Subaru going up the inside of Giorgio Magno, just lets him through there. As I said before, just making sure to lose as little time as possible. And with Valerio Gallo, he's gone for that third lap of the medium tyres. They're pretty warm right now. That car's mid-engine. What can he be expecting handling-wise now for the second half of this lap?
I think he should be still fine towards the end of the lap, because I expect him to do either one lap on a hard tire and then to finish off the race on 2 laps on softs, because normally the lighter your car is, it's also going to be more gentle on your tires, and I think that's the objective of Valerio here.
Well, we're talking about the difference between the medium tyres and who's on warm tyres and who's on less warm tyres. Drummond, of course, changed over from the softs at the start of this one over to the medium tyres. He's now, of course, driving like he's left the gas on here, really, isn't he? Because he's up into third place, ahead of Giorgio Mangano. And again, that gap between himself and Thomas de Boutlet, I mean, it's not really increased. It's still about 1.5 seconds, relatively speaking. But, it's pretty stable between those two at the moment. So, be keen to see how quickly Le Boutlet is going to be able to dispose of Mangano here. Because, again, this could cost him time, and ultimately, it's going to mean he's going to have to try and make that time up later on in the race.
I'm also a bit scared to see Mangano, due to the tyre life of his medium tyres at the moment, he's going to hold up Thomas de Boutlet from the downhill section onwards, but maybe he can also try to overtake Mangano like Killian did on Jay Murphy on the previous lap. If he's able to do that, then it's still anything open for the fight for the victory.
Well, catching the wrong driver at the wrong time on this circuit, as you well know, is a difficult thing to have to contend with. How do you manage that frustration inside the cockpit when you know you've got a quicker car, you know you're going to be able to find your way through? How do you do it?
Let me tell you, I'm glad there's not a mic in that cockpit, because you should hear me. I mean, you might have heard the Frank Stippler thing from a little while ago. Yeah, it's fantastic. Either that, or I am glued to the high beam button. Get out of the way, move. Oh, there you go, yeah. Through goes the Boutlet there, getting it done. Again, I think Mangano, Giorgio's been around for a long time. He knows the score. He's not going to sit there on the race and line and cost us both time. He gets out of the way, does it in a way that costs him as little time as possible, but they're good for now. Interesting, Gallo's gap at the front has gone up now to 7 seconds. It was 4.9 at the start of the lap, and of course he hasn't pitted yet as well. So Drummond and Gallo, the ones to watch right now, I think, as well as Le Boutlet also has taken his pit stop.
So how's this one going to play? Because of course Drummond and Le Boutlet, they're going to have the hard times for the closing stages of this race, whereas the likes of Valerio Gallo, he started on the medium, he's on the medium, so he's going to run the softs and the hards. The drivers that have run the hards at the moment, you've got Serrano, Ura and Benelli, so they're sort of taking the pain now in this middle stint of the race, hoping that, of course, when they get into the latter stage of it, that they're going to be able to just, drive through and wait for the seats to pass.
That's true, but I think because of them using the medium tires for 2 laps only, I see they want to use the soft tire compound for 2 laps as well.
It's okay.
I'm just a little bit scared to see that the end of the second lap is going to be so, I don't want to say bad, but really, really slow for them, so that they can even see the finish lap in the end. So.
Look at the closing speed here for Le Boutlet on Alclea, then going through on the Dottinger up into third place then for Thomas de Boutlet. So those are your two effective race leaders here, Drummond and Laboutelet at the moment. Though they're in second and third on the road, of course, Gallo, as we know, still has a pit stop. He makes that pit stop now. Goes for the medium tyres. Which way is he going to go in terms of this one? Surely it will be hard tyres for a middle stint and then soft tyres towards the end, or are they going to ignore that strategy and just do something completely different? Let's see how it is going to work out. Either way, Gallo has gone a lap longer than some of his other competitors. And seems to have made it work okay so far. And he actually goes for the soft tyres. He's going to have the hard tyres at the end of that one. Is that the way you've gone, Mick?
Wait, I'm just realizing Kilian and Thomas started the race on soft tyres, right?
Yeah.
So did they only do 2 laps on mediums?
Let's have a look. They did 3 laps on mediums according to. One lap on soft tyres, then change over to the medium tyres.
Okay, then I was just seeing something wrong. My bad, I apologize.
Oh, very bad, we've all been there. What are you doing?
I got scared for a second there, but...
Well, so look, the answer is now, you've got Drummond and Laboutelet. They're now on the hard tyres to the end of this race, aren't they? They're not going to be pitting again because it'll be completely pointless.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, because obviously, the time you're going to lose, even if you went onto the soft tyres, it's not enough time that you would gain, essentially, even if you were on a quick compound at the end of this one. So they're now in a position where, from now until the checkered flag, they're losing time compared to everybody else that's behind them. You've got Serrano, Euro and Benelli. They're on the hard tyres for the middle stint. What they're trying to do, I guess, is eat these out so they can get as fresh a soft tyres as they can for the end of it.
That's one of the plans they have, but at the same time to have as less fuel as possible.
Right.
Because for this race, we are using times for tyre wear around the circuit, which is a lot. Like, once your tyres are like in a really bad shape, you're going to end up losing a lot of time compared to the other drivers who have like much fresher tyres than you. And yeah, I assume at the end of this lap, we might see Serrano going to go into the pits as well as Paul Ura and Lucas Bonelli, unless they might go for a bit safer strategy to continue the race, or like continue to do another lap on the hard tyre compound and finish off on the soft.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You do 2 laps on the soft tyre. You can do it if the tyre whisperer, but it's, we were talking about it before the start of this race. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yes, because if you want to do 2 laps on the softs, your outlaw alone has to be so gentle. Because once you do like Kilian did here, like a slide on the tyres, it's going to affect your tyre wear in the end. And with times 4 for the soft tyre compounds, this is something the tyre doesn't like in the end.
Really interesting insights there from Mick Gazelle. I'm keeping an eye on the front of the field, Tony Serrano and Paul Ura there on the hard compound tyre. I mean, never count these guys out. We know how quick the Spanish duo are. Serrano now 4 seconds good of Paul Ura in that Porsche. What do you think, Mick? Do you reckon that strategy is the one? I mean, they're out on their own. I mean, they're on the hard tyre, but there's someone around them not losing speed.
I think this might not be too bad to be on your own, because we've already seen with Kilian Drummond and Thomas Laboutelet on the previous lap. If you are like getting stuck with traffic in front of you, you're going to end up losing a lot of time, which is not really optimal for your own stint. So if you're like on your own, you can also dictate your own race. And let's see, I think the end of the race is going to be pretty exciting.
Another look there of the pass of Laboutelet on Mangano last lap. Back to lap 4, and we see that Laboutelet has gone right back up to the rear spoiler of Kilian Drummond. That 1.5 second gap gone as well. There is a fuel to consider in this race as well, so he might have put a little bit less in. Looking at he's got about the same fuel as Drummond right now. So very, very close. And that's really basically happened because Jay Murphy went onto on the medium compound tyre and took them both and put them back together again.
Yeah, it's interesting how it sort of caused this bottleneck effect now really here with Jay Murphy, again, being the cork in the boss. We saw that with Laboutelet in the opening stages of this race, and he sort of ended up back in exactly the same position here with a lead for Drummond and Laboutelet right on his rear wing, and let's see whether it's going to cost them time. I mean, Leifa here, again, he's not in a race with effectively what is the top 2, and all the while they're stuck behind him, they're just hemorrhaging time, corner by corner. They need to try and find their way through sooner rather than later.
But even if you want to let the other drivers behind you through because they're like in their own race and a different strategy, doing it at this circuit is so difficult to do, which some of the other drivers are also underestimating in the end.
Oh, look at that! Drummond getting aggressive, Leifa into the wall! Side by side they go, that's going to cost Drummond. It might even open the door here for Laboutelet to find his way through. Amazingly, they all managed to exit the corner in exactly the same positions and indeed the same direction as they entered, but that was pretty aggressive and robust. A little bit scrappy from Kylian Drumont there.
Just as Mick was saying it there, he had to make the move. You have to just go for it sometimes. But it requires the other driver to let it happen. And right now there, Nathan did not allow that. But now putting indicator on after the damage is done, I'm thinking, all right, I'm sorry, I'll get out of the way. And for good measure, hit check on the way by. These guys are not hanging around, but more importantly, all that time they spent there behind the Lamborghini has meant they've all lost time to the field. So what was a strong start for both Drumont and Abutale might change now. If you're Abutale, you go for the pass here, you've got the opportunity to do so, you're in the tow.
Well, it has worked beautifully here for Abutale, hasn't it? Because if you remember, they had a 1.5 second gap a couple of laps ago, and it's brought the Frenchman right back onto the rear wing of the Subaru here, and brought him back into contention effectively for the what could be the victory of this race. So let's see how this one is going to work out. We're heading towards the middle part of the lap, in towards the carousel section. There's no overtaking through this part of the lap, not unless you fancy getting your Christmas dinner through a straw. And Abutale sitting in the wheel tracks of the Subaru as they come through this fantastically famous banked corner, arguably the most historical part of the Nordschleife layout.
I'm interested to see, Tom, sorry to cut over there, what Gallo's doing, because he's now sort of stuck behind the first two that are on hard tyres. Let's have a look at this one more time. Yeah, slowest part of the circuit there. There's just no gap for error. As soon as there's contact, you find yourself going straight towards the barrier. Drumont there thinking, oops, probably shouldn't have done that.
If you're a steward, Mick, we saw it as under investigation. Are you going to be looking at that, and is that cause for a penalty, do you think?
Personally, I'm not the person who wants to decide like those kind of incidents here, but if I want to make those kind of moves, I would be a bit smarter in the end. Because for sure, you don't want to end up losing a lot of time due to the driver in front of you having worse tires than you. And you also have like your opponent literally being behind you.
Exactly as Jimmy said, by the way. Look at this. He's all over the back of Paul Ura like a bad rash here, trying to get his way past. Of course, Gallo on the soft component tyre, Ura on the hard tyres. Fuel to consider here as well for the front runners. Look how much less fuel Serrano's got compared to Ura. He's got, what, 13 litres fewer.
This is a nightmare for Gallo. He spent the entirety of the last half of the lap here stuck behind the car on hard tyres. He's just basically wasting that soft tyre life. I mean, maybe good for his plan, Nick. Maybe he's trying to do soft tyre for 2 laps. He can just sort of let the tyre rest a little bit. But I think it's not worth the time, surely.
Yeah, I think it plays in the hands of Paul Ura in the end, because not only can he hold Valerio Gallo behind him, who's like on a soft tyre compound at the moment, but once he uses the soft tyre compound later on, he will have much fresher tyres than Valerio on that stage.
Yeah, and also look at Lucas Benelli. He's keeping him right in play here behind in that Mercedes as well. And Benelli in this race still owns the soft compound tyre as well. Now let's see what the slipstream is going to be like here for Valerio Gallo and for Lucas Benelli. Ura is surely going to be a sitting duck. Gallo pulls to his inside, and you would imagine you're going to see Lucas Benelli going through before too long. There he is, stage right, and Ura losing 2 places down the Dottinger Her. So now you've got a Honda and an AMG in front of a Mazda for second and third at this stage of the race. Now let's see what Gallo can do in the closing stages of this one, as Serrano does finally pick from the race lead. He had no choice, he's got no fuel left.
Yeah, he had to box there, comes Abutale on. Look at that speed difference there on the Subaru, like it's standing still. There goes the team BMW and Thomas Abutale up into what will be, we think, the overall lead, but we don't know. Right now it's the 10th on circuit, everyone's pitting in, so a little shake out once it's done. Oh, a little bit of a sideways moment there. You can see Thomas now really trying to get the hammer down.
So Ura then comes into the box, as well as De Bruyne. Serrano's in there as well, and we're going to see a smorgasbord of drivers, I'm sure, going on to the soft compound tyres for the closing stages of this one, which is, as we know, going to handicap those who are in front. And we've got, what, 2 laps now remaining. And 2 laps on any normal circuit, not that long of a time. 2 laps, though, at the Nürburgring 24-hour layout. You've got time to make it work.
Speaking of which, because I had another look on the tyre history in terms of the strategy, and it is true. Thomas Abutale and Kylian Drumont used the medium tyres for 2 laps only, and not 3.
There we go.
So, I have no idea why they think that 3 laps on the hard tyres is the best strategy here, but
there you go, guys.
We will see that in the end, because I would like to see myself getting wrong here.
The person behind balancing the cars does not know what's happening.
Yeah.
No idea, but I did notice, though, the tyre wear of Valerio Gallo, those rear tyres looking very sorry for themselves already, and he's not even onto the Nordschleife yet. So if Valerio keeps together, it's going to be an amazing effort, but I do think that I think being stuck behind the slower cars, pushing a bit too hard in that first lap might have cost him. We'll see though. We stay with Leboutillet and Drummond. These guys have been glued together all race. Good news though for Leboutillet is he's got a 12-second gap in front of him, so he can just drive now into that gap. But of course, one eye in the mirror from this man at Subaru. I mean, Mick, you know the Subaru pretty well.
Yes.
How do you describe the characteristics of that car?
It's like through the high-speed corners, it feels amazing because it has so much downforce, and it's the fastest car, like Group 3 car-wise, through the high-speed corners. But like here, you can see the way how Kilian uses the gear for the exit of the corners. Like you have this car, like if you want to drive the gears quite well, you have to use like way higher gear in order to use the turbo boost already before exiting out of the corner. So because of that, it's really tricky to extract the most performance out of the gear set. But if somebody can do it, it's Kilian.
So what we now need to look at in this race, you've got Leboutillet in 5th, Drummond in 6th position, but the gap between Serrano, Jura, etc. all behind. So the gap is what, 6.8 seconds. Keep an eye on that over the remaining 2 laps now of this race, because that is the effective battle for the race team. From 1st to 4th, they've still got they owe another pit stop, and once they come into the pits, the lost time means that they're going to drop back into the mid-pack. Where that is remains to be seen, but for the overall victory of this race, you've got 2 hard shot runners of Leboutillet and Drummond, and then you've got a plethora of soft runners all behind who are going to be, I'm sure, nipping at their heels.
Interesting, one of those drivers, one of our new drivers, Sajak right now, in 3rd place, he's got the soft tyre left at the end of this, so he's going to bottom on the soft tyre on this last lap, and he's not too far off the lead. He'll be catching Benelli as this lap goes on that medium compounded tyre. I think he'll start catching Gallo as well, but he's going to start falling off big time, I think, towards the end of the lap. So don't come out Team Nissan. They're looking strong. He's got a lot of fuel in there as well, so keep an eye on Sajak.
Yeah, former Manufacturers' Cup champions, Team Nissan, just to remind you as well. They won it. Oh, was it last year, year before? I can't remember now. Was it
around 2 years ago?
It was a couple of years ago, wasn't it? Oh, look at this, Drummond and Leboutillet, and Drummond is back through all the while we're wistfully talking about Nissan winning the Manufacturers' Cup. Drummond has sent one through on Leboutillet, 4th, 5th position then. And the thing they need to be careful of here is if they start getting involved in a battle, if they start squabbling amongst one another, it's going to cost them time, it's going to close that gap down. I mean, already, we're what, a third of a way through this lap? It's come down by nearly a second.
I mean, we talk about guys squabbling together. This doesn't happen with these guys, Serrano and Jura. I always see these guys in circuit and they always drive to the maximum. Even if one is thinking, oh, maybe I'm a bit quicker, he won't go for a move, he'll just stay there and then maybe pass in a place that makes sense. So working together are the 2 Spanish drivers, Serrano and Jura. 7th and 8th currently now. A reminder, top 6 get points. Of course, you want to be as high up as possible, but sometimes grabbing a point is nice. And if you're Team Lexus, down in 11th place, not even off the board yet, this is not looking good for you in your championship potential.
Yeah, Lexus not having a particularly good run, I think, so far in the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series. Giorgio Mangano just sort of compounding that, really. His race was sort of over by the first corner when he got caught up in all of that drama. Just a point, actually, as well, with Serrano and Jura. If you remember back to the Nations Cup in London last time when we were out, they had very respectful clean racing right up until the last lap. And as you say, they were pushing one another very hard, but just not really sort of ducking and diving and going for those dive bomb moves and working together quite nicely right up until the moment when they couldn't work together anymore.
I mean, Mick, you've raced with a lot of these guys, of course. You race them at home, of course, at events as well as Paul Jura. I think there finally gets past Serrano, so Jura now moving up into the lead of the Spanish duo. You race a lot of these guys at home. I mean, when you're in this situation, you've got a lap and a bit to go. Do you sort of think, oh, I know this guy's going to give me room, I know he's going to race me, or do you think, okay, it's out the window now, it's every man for themselves?
Usually, at this stage of the race, everybody thinks of their own race in the end, because it's like you only have like one more lap to go, so why should I even work with you in the end? Unless there's somebody else in front of you who you both might catch up in the end. So that's why you both might try to work together, and I think this is also the case for Paul Jura and Jose Serrano, because we might see another position change at the end of the Dettinger Hill between those two, so that they can also try to minimize the gap to Kilian and to Thomas as much as they can.
Gap down to 4.5 seconds now between Leboutillet
and Drummond as well as Jura. So, you know, that gap, as we said, is shrunk by 1.5 seconds over the course of this one. Gallo's Dunlop tyres, though, are going to be crying out for mercy at the end of this lap. He's got to come in for the hard tyres at the end of this one, which is going to put him a bit further down the order than he would like to be. He's got Lucas Bonelli, who, as we can see, is on the hard combat of tyres, and those two tyres are nowhere near one another in terms of the performance. About 9 seconds it is between the pace difference over the course of this lap. So that just goes to show you how worn out those soft tyres now are and how much performance it's costing the Italian.
This is typical Valera though, he just maximises everything, usually goes over the line. But he will have a go. Like he will never just go, oh, I'll play it safe. He always goes to maximum performance to Gallo. But right now, as you say, he's been really struggling with the rear of that car, just getting that power down, letting the car, you see it's just moving out the corners. Luckily, then you've got a couple of corners left and they're huge straight, so that will be wide. Yeah, it's wide there. But Nelly's through, he just can't hold on anymore. Those soft tyres have just fallen off. But do you reckon he got the best out of that? Do you reckon that was a good gamble for him, Mick?
Not really, because at first he also got hauled up by Paul Jura, I believe it was, where he also lost a lot of time there. And now, here to the end of the second lap, where the soft tires are not even there anymore, basically, you were able to see how close Lucas Bonelli was like behind Valerio throughout the entire lap.
I really think, I'm looking, sorry, we have access to the fuel numbers here. I'm sorry you guys don't at home, but right now the person with the most fuel in the top 4 is Sejak, by quite some way. He's got 20 litres of fuel in the car right now to 6 and 4 and 7 from Jesus. So, although Gallo is getting by here, there'll be a pit stop for the top 4 now, and I think we're going to see the Nissan driver probably come out in the lead.
Yeah, he'll come out in front of that group of drivers. Where will he emerge, though, in relation to everybody else's bikes? They've got about 10 seconds or so. Look at this, though. Side by side as Gallo tries to fight it back against Lucas Bonelli. They're both going to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. They've got no choice. And how's this one going to work out in terms of fuel? Well, Gallo's got a couple of litres less in his tank compared to Lucas Bonelli. Sejak, as we said, is the outlier here. He's done a great job of just sort of being a bit anonymous in the middle stint, but saving fuel quite nicely.
And saving the soft tyre as well. Drummond and of course, Butse will go on to the last lap, but they are going to be chased now by a hard charging Sejak on that soft compound tyre. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, one lap of soft tyres is going to be a very welcome sight indeed. So let's see how this one is going to work out. So Drummond now goes through and into the lead. Labutale as well. Valerio Gallo's going to emerge back onto the circuit, but where is Sejak? He's up into, 6th place, but he's got a brand new set of soft tyres relative to those in front who are a lap old. So he's going to be surely right on their heels and snapping away.
Right, so we have Serrano and Jura both out there on that 2-lap old, or will be now a 2-lap old soft tyre. They will come off towards the end. If you want the Labutale out there on what is a 3-lap old hard tyre, so they're going to have tyre life, but it might fall away from them still.
But what we saw at the end of that last lap between Bonelli and between Gallo, the soft tyre and the hard tyre, when they were really towards the end of their life, pretty even in terms of performance. So this is pretty much anybody's guess. At the moment, it's advantage here for Serrano and Jura, but how much tyre life have they got left? Are they going to be able to eke it out to the end of this lap? This is where the tension has begun to build, it's begun to bubble up, and surely it's going to boil over before the end of this race.
I mean, I thought Sejak was a little bit slower than he was there, but I thought it was a bit closer, but not quite there. Mick, I mean, all the cards are on the table now. Call the winner.
Put it all on red.
I still have to be a bit analytical. What is the thing like an expert here? But you have to think that Serrano has to try to pass through Thomas first. So automatically, because of that, he's going to end up losing some time, which is going to help Kilian. So Kilian is potentially in a really, really good position here, because we already saw on the previous lap how much Valerio was struggling towards the end of the lap, on the second lap on the softs, and how close Lucas Bonelli was behind him because of that. So it's going to be really close, but I think Kilian has got this.
There you go. Well, Mick, mate, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Great to get your actual expert analysis other than us just guessing the entire time.
A man who knows what he's talking about for once in the commentary. Mick is out
joins us here. Thank you very much to him. So we are now on the final lap of action here at the Nürburgring 24-hour layout, and it is Kylian Drumont ahead of Thomas Laboutelet. Both those drivers on the hard compound of tyre. 2 seconds the gap between themselves and Jose Serrano, with Pol Jura just a few tenths of a second down the road. I have to say, Jimmy, I think Sedjak's race depends on how quickly he can dispose of Kai de Bruyne in fifth.
Yeah, I got to say, I thought he was a bit further on the road when he was there, so I got a little bit too excited for that one, I think. But the two guys at the front are going to be running the slowest, well, for a little bit anyway. You know, we've said that this soft tyre doesn't like going a second lap, but Serrano, Jura and Kai de Bruyne, who's in 5th place right now, 6th place, Sedjak's by. Sedjak's got by Kai de Bruyne, so Nissan now up into 5th position. And next car on the road after the battle for 3rd position. So let's see. We'll keep an eye on that as the sun starts to go down here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, well, 5 seconds a gap. You know, you'd say that that's not enough time to catch up, but this is the the final lap. This is the Nordschleife. At 5 seconds, it's not that difficult to sort of close that gap down over a lap as long as this one. Let's see the move then for the Polish driver in the Nissan against the Dutchman in the Toyota. He's going to switch it back to the inside. That is beautifully smooth there. De Bruyne just gives him racing room on the inside, and smooth and sweet as you like for Mikolaj Sedjak as he elevates himself up into 5th place as he chases a podium down for Nissan here.
That was lovely, lovely move. You just carry the speed there and just have the inside arm, but nothing they can do by the time they see you move done. So Laboutelet falling off the back of Kylian Drumont, of course. At the moment, that would be 6 points for Team Subaru, 5 for Team BMW. Keep their dream alive, but that would be a double win if Kylian Drumont can keep this going for now. Behind them, Serrano and Jura, the Spanish duo, both on the soft compounded tyre, but they're on lap 2 of that soft compounded tyre, which means to about now it's going to be feeling pretty second-hand. And then behind them, to keep things even more interesting, is Sedjak in the Nissan there on brand new softs and driving fast right now.
Yeah, just looking at the sector times, it's pretty even between the 2 hard and the 2 soft runners at the sharp end of this one. 46, 6s and 7s. Mikolaj Sedjak on the new soft tyres, 45.8. That's in sector 8 on this lap. That's the most recent one that the drivers have gone through. Just to give you an idea, so he's nearly 6 or 7 tenths of a second quicker. He's decreased the gap down to nearly 3 seconds. He is going to be all over their rear wings to the end of this one. The question is, though, are we going to see Serrano and Jura closing up onto the back of Laboutelet? They're now closing up onto the back of one another and going side by side as Jura goes ahead of the Porsche. Now, has Jura got enough in his pocket to get onto the back of Laboutelet and Drumont for the victory here?
So here we go then, up into the last lap here at the Nürburgring. Into the night, lights illuminating the green Hell. Kylian Drumont there, spit of flame from the exhaust from the BRZ. It's been a great drive from both of these drivers. Both Subaru and BMW have knocked it out of the park in terms of consistency, but now they're on that slower tyre, the hard tyre. It lasts a long time, but it's not fast. And Jura and Serrano, I think actually, if anything, the charges sort of come to a little bit of a halt. They haven't quite got that same speed they had before earlier into that. But I'm still keeping an eye on 5th place, Sedjak there, with that new tyre. Through here, this section, very, very mechanical grip dependent. So if your tyres are good, you're going to be fast through here.
I think that Sedjak could be on for a podium. I don't know if the victory is going to be quite on the cards, but I think a podium could be a possibility, which on his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series would be a very welcome result indeed, for not only for him, but also for Nissan. He's just 18 years old, is Mikolaj Sedjak, and this has been a brilliant strategy call so far. Drumont and Laboutelet sitting pretty even Stevens at the sharp end of this one. Let's see De Bruyne. He's lost a place here to Lucas Benelli. There's contact, more contact, a little bit more contact. Oh, it's fairly robust. It sends De Bruyne off onto the grass on the outside, and Benelli getting pretty robust there. Finding his way through.
He was there, Tom, for that. He was only just on the rear bumper, but that's not our job to think about right now. Our job is to look at this as we now come through Flansgard for the first time. Hop goes the car into the right hander using that high-speed aero grip of the BRZ. 1.1 seconds is the gap. Now Drumont knows if that gap is any less than like 7 tenths or so, he's going to be a sitting duck on that straight. So he's pushing hard through this last section. Can Laboutelet give an answer in these last few corners before the Dodger herd?
I think it's going to be tough for Laboutelet. Again, pretty even in terms of the tyre wear. Jura and Serrano's challenge is going to be coming to an end. But look an eye out in the background. Cue the Jaws music, because Nikolai Sejak in the Nissan is now all over the rear wing of Jose Serrano for 4th position. He's about half a second or so away, and there's one big long straight remaining, and now you can see just how close that gap is between the 3 machines and the 3 drivers. Jura in 3rd in the Mazda, Serrano in 4th in the Porsche, Sejak in 5th in the Nissan. They come onto the Dossinger Hill for the final time. Laboutelet versus Drumont. The gap is about 1.5 seconds, and they're out of slipstreaming range as it stands for now then. So if Drumont can just keep himself on the straight and narrow, it's all eyes on the battle for the final podium place. And here we go then. Serrano splits the middle, Jura as well. But here comes Nikolai Sejak on the inside in the Nissan. Has he got the straight line speed? Has he got the advantage to try and use it? The headlights illuminating the darkness as they blast their way down at nearly 300 kilometers an hour, 3 abreast. Sejak on the inside, Serrano in the middle, Jura on the outside as we come over the rise. Jura gets through and into 3rd. Serrano versus Sejak for 4th place as they come into the final corners of this race. And are they going to make it? Sejak goes through on the outside to the checkered flag. Kylian Drumont takes victory for Subaru here in Berlin ahead of Laboutelet, and 3rd for Nikolai Sejak for Nissan. What a phenomenal end to this race. On his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series, Nikolai Sejak gets a podium position. Absolutely fantastic.
What a move from Sejak. That's move of the race right there. Just switch back on the last possible moment, and you know Paul Jura saw it, was like, oh no, he's there. Use the grunt of the GTR, and 3rd place on debut for the 18-year-old here in the Manufacturers' Cup. What a result there for Sejak and Team Nissan. But of course, your winner, Kylian Drumont, Team Subaru take another win here in the Manufacturers' Cup. Laboutelet 2nd and Nissan, and Sejak 3rd. Thoroughly enjoyable race here, and of course another one that was down to strategy ultimately. And I think maybe Serrano and Jura would think a little bit better of that afterwards, but very fun viewing, and Drumont looking pretty chill after that.
That's 2 wins from 2 races for Subaru in the Manufacturers' Cup. That maximum points in the Gran Turismo World Series. We saw Miyazono putting an absolute blinder in London, and we see Drumont putting an absolute blinder here in Berlin. Well, you have to feel a bit sorry for the likes of Serrano and for Jura. They gave it as good as they got. Wrong place, wrong time, and ultimately the wrong strategic call for them at the checkered flag. Amazingly, that race started in daylight, and it started with Drumont and Laboutelet on the soft compound of tyres, streaking away from the rest of the field.
I think ultimately this is what put them in a position to fight for the end of the race, just having that little bit of a gap at the start to drive into, really utilising that soft tyre. We see this, if you don't start from the soft at the front, you're sort of making a mistake. But early on, there's a bit of contact. Of course, Giorgio Mangolo, in his return here to the Manufacturers' Cup, ejected pretty much instantly. You can see there, probably thinking, ah man, not how I want to start my race.
No, not at all there for him, and Drumont's race, Mangolo's race rather, I should say, went from bad to worse then really. This was Drumont with Al Faleh, then the Saudi Arabian driver, having a bit of contact, and we wondered whether that might ultimately cost him, and a shake of the head there for the debutant, not the way he'll have wanted to have bounced onto the scene in the GT World Series. Laboutelet and Drumont kept each other pretty honest, despite the gap ebbing and flowing, and we wondered whether that might have a bearing on the race. Ultimately, they were pretty much nose to tail as we came on to start the final lap, but they were on the hard tyres relative to 2 drivers behind of Jura and Serrano, who were on the soft tyres, but ultimately those soft tyres were pretty worn, pretty clapped out towards the end, and they ran out of steam. Drumont went on to take victory ahead of Laboutelet, but Sejak, with new soft tyres in the closing stages, moved of the race to go through and snatch the final podium position at the checkered flag by the smallest of margins, just a few hundredths of a second separating those 3 drivers. Confirmation of the results then here in Berlin. Kylian Drumont makes it 2 wins in 2 races for Subaru in the Manufacturers' Cup. Laboutelet in 2nd for BMW, and Nikolai Sejak, the Polish driver, on his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series, finishing P3 for Team Nissan ahead of Serrano, Jura, and then Lucas Benelli snatching a point for Mercedes AMG as well. So phenomenal job from them, and I make that Mercedes AMG's first point of the season as well. So they'll be finally glad to get onto the scoreboard. Great race though here in Berlin. Let's go down to Jules and see what's going down on the floor.
By everyone. Yes, I'm joined by Nicholas and Thomas. Okay, first of all, take a breath. We just dragged them off from their seats, but give them a big round of applause. That was a massive, incredible race. Nicholas, okay, I've slightly lost my voice from the last second of that race, but I mean, how was it for you? That was intense as heck.
Incredibly difficult. Like, there's no other way to put it, really. Starting on the hards from so high up, I knew everyone was going to try and bully my way past, but I couldn't anticipate just how many people were on the mediums, for example. So, you know, it was quite difficult trying to let everyone by without losing a crazy amount of time. And then doing the second lap on the hards, I was like, ugh, it's going to be really painful, this one. Because I was tagging Watchalong so he could save fuel as well. I wanted it to be the other way around, hence why I let him go on lap 3. You know, at that point in the race, I was like, yeah, I know the mediums is going to be a bit difficult to make it work. So if I can follow a slightly slower car, I could save my fuel, save my tyres, and give myself a bit more push towards the end, which worked out really well.
I mean, it did. It worked out great. That's pretty good. But like, I mean, seriously, this is your first event.
Yeah.
You just come here and you're like, oh, by the way, everybody, I'm just going to take a podium because that's how we do it. That's some pretty. You're sort of slapping your gloves down on the podium there, drawing a line in the sand. How do you feel?
His hands must be
pretty
cold.
good, yeah.
Still
it's
got
good,
his
right?
gloves on.
It's good.
Yeah,
You're going to come back again,
Absolutely
yeah?
brilliant, yeah, maybe. With Aston Martin, though, with Aston Martin. Maybe not at the V12 vantage, but we'll see.
Well, huge questions. Thomas, first of all, give a big round of applause. That was an incredible fight. That was a wild fight between you and Killian. I mean, it really could have gone either way. Like, how do you feel that it went? Is there anything you could have done differently? But I mean, I think your strategy was solid.
Yeah, I think it went great. With Killian, we decided to go on the alternate strategy. I was a bit worried because we thought maybe the MR cars of City and Polyphony would catch up at the end, but I think the tires died a bit too much at the end, and when I saw I gained time through Flugplatz at the end of the last lap, I knew it was a done deal for the P1 and 2 for the French, so that was really good. And yeah, otherwise we had a lot of traffic, so I thought as well with the traffic we would lose too much time. And we also went safe with the tire wear. We only did 2 laps on the mediums, but it worked out. So yeah, I'd like to congratulate Nikolai obviously for his first event, and Killian also for doing the race together and working on it. So yeah, perfect.
I mean, it's a real tough track. Like, if you make any kind of wrong decisions, it's kind of all too over, right? So
I had a few scary moments through the traffic. So
I think everybody had a few scary moments in that. We had some scary moments just watching you.
Yeah, McLaren and the Lamborghini.
Well, look, huge congratulations to you both. That was a stellar drive from both of you. Let's throw it back to Tom and Jimmy.
Yeah, nice one. Cheers, Jules. Huge congratulations to Thomas Bruslater, Nikolai Sejak there as well. And the point standings then after 2 rounds of the Gran Turismo World Series in 2025 sees Subaru taking a clean sweep of things so far. But BMW, best of the rest, the bridesmaid on 2 occasions now. They're still only 2 points behind there, Jimmy.
Yeah, really close at the top there, and it just goes to show that there's quite consistent results going on here. Porsche getting off the mark there, thanks to Jose Serrano up to 5th there on 3 points, but Lexus, Lamborghini, Honda and Ferrari yet to score. You have to think it's probably already too late for these guys now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one, isn't it? You've got Nissan and Mazda, as you say, tied on points there as well for 3rd in the standings. Likewise, Porsche and Toyota, and AMG and McLaren as well. So phenomenal job there. Let's catch up though with Killian Drummond, the winner for Team Subaru. 2 from 2 for that team here in 2025. He's down on the floor, catching up with Jules.
Yes, I'm here with the winner, Killian Drummond for Subaru. How are you doing?
I'm going good, yeah.
You seem so calm. You just smashed it, and you're like, yeah, whatever. You seem really chill.
I mean,
now.
Yeah, now I'm chill, but after you have the night skill, so I'm still nervous. But now for the manufacturers, I was like, okay, less nervous for the. But after the nervous going up, so.
I mean, obviously, you and Thomas had like a great strategy straight from the start. Did you kind of feel that you had that edge over him, or was it kind of you weren't too sure?
Yeah, after the qualifying, I said to Thomas, okay, we need to go out about everyone. So, I mean, with the Subaru, we don't have a good top speed, so we need to go off and just no battles and to start to be quick on the first lap. And after the mediums, and I thought, okay, now I was carried a bit about the strategy and also the traffic, but as you can see, I push a bit knife, so it was a bit complicated about these points, but I mean,
it still worked out okay.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
Yeah.
You did all right.
on the last lap on mediums, I was okay. I was a bit scared, you know.
キリアンが皆さんどうぞ群馬をよろしくって
any
言っ
lap
て
for
る
me
と。
is I just find that quite scary. The whole thing. It's
自分はお
it's
風
too
呂入っ
much.
たら
Too
ね
much. But what would you have to say? So first of all, obviously, it's a double win now, so like no pressure. You got to keep it up, right?
Yeah, we are really good start with
Yeah.
Takuma, and now I'm winning. So now I like the wheel for Daniel in Los Angeles.
You're like, we've done it all now. Now it's your turn. You better win because we did it all. Okay. No pressure. But,
Still.
yeah. Do you have anything to say to Mikolash? This is his first event. That was pretty good, right?
Yeah. I really like it. So
Yeah. You like some new faces every once in a while?
yeah, it's good to see new faces. So I mean,
Yeah.
that's really quick. That's really good.
Yeah. Well, massive congratulations.
Thank you.
Give a massive round of applause. That is up. Manufacturers Cup winner, Kylian Drummond. Back to you, Tom and Jimmy.
Yeah. Huge congratulations to Kylian Drummond and to Team Subaru. Don't forget you can now vote for your Dunlop Driver of the Day. Was it Kylian Drummond for Team Subaru? Was it Thomas Laboutelet for Team BMW? Or was it Mikai Sejak for Team Nissan? Get onto YouTube, vote for your Driver of the Day, and whoever wins it will be going home with a big smile on their face.
And a cap, maybe?
Yeah.
Something?
Why not?
I don't know what we give them nowadays.
The warm feeling inside your heart.
Yeah? Is that enough?
That's good enough for me. It should be, I'm sure it's good enough for them as well. I mean, that was a phenomenal race, JB. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the podium celebrations are going to be like.
おやすみなさい。
Look, Team Subaru have clearly got their strategy, their act together this season. They're already Manufacturers' Cup winners formally as well. Kylian Drummond was part of that outfit a couple of years ago to bring that title to them. How instrumental do you think his performance here this weekend is going to be to their ultimate challenge?
It's just carrying the baton from Miyazono, isn't it? It's going, okay, right, I've done my part. Now I'm going to, make sure I do mine here at Berlin. So, really impressive from them, and it's going to take a lot to stop them now.
No doubt about it. Well then, let's get ready for the podium ceremony here in Berlin for the Manufacturers' Cup. Drivers making their way on to the stage. In third place for Team Nissan, please welcome from Poland, Mikołaj Sejak.
His
debut event in the Gran Turismo World Series is rewarded with a finish on the rostrum. Second place, though, goes to France's Thomas Laboutelet, driving for Team BMW. Two second-place finishes so far for BMW in the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series. And now the winners, 2 wins from 2 for Team Subaru as Kylian Drummond makes his way onto the top step of the podium. What a fantastic job from the Frenchman as they have maximum points at the top of the table.
嘘だろ。青い猫 VR200 円。
Nice race.
1位にゴールフラガって一瞬表示が出た。わらわらわらわら。
1 million credits in the winning car for me.
あーねこさんありがとうございます。コーヒーいただきます。またよろしくお願いします。アステリスクダッシュアクサングラーブアステリスク。はい。
The national anthem of Japan plays out for our winning manufacturer, Team Subaru, making it 2 wins from 2 rounds of the Gran Turismo World Series. Now time for the trophy presentations. Alberto Ferrari, the Brembo Vice President of Brand Management, makes his way onto the stage here in Berlin. To a round of applause from the rapturous crowd here in Germany. He will award the 3rd place trophy to the man making his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series, Mikołaj Sejak from Poland, driving for Team Nissan.
日本時間日です。
Phenomenal job from Sejak and from Nissan. And now we welcome 2nd place Daniele Schmidt, the BMW M Motorsport Head of Race and Test Organisation. Makes his way onto the stage. and awards a second place trophy then to Thomas Leboutelet for Team BMW. And finally, presenting the winner's trophy, it is Gran Turismo Series producer Kazunori Yamauchi as he makes his way onto the stage here in Berlin to award the winner's trophy for the second time this season to Team Subaru, and for the first time in the Manufacturers' Cup this year to Kilian Drummond.
Wow, as always, I don't rehearse I was like, oh, I'm really spicy race, that was ridiculous. I like lost my voice and I barely was talking.
Well, I've lost my voice and I was talking, so how's about that? We've got another broadcast cup soon as well. No, it was amazing. The Manufacturers' Cup races always sort of work out like that. They're sort of slow burners, but towards the end they always really come alive. Today was no exception.
You think about Miklos, like straight out the woodwork, like racing at home, suddenly got in one of the rigs and was like, yeah, all right.
Yes.
Show you how it's done.
In that accent, yeah.
Yes.
No, he's super impressed. I said to him for the race, win it, would you? And he goes, no, but to be honest, like, I didn't expect anything. It's the third place to race. Why not?
You need to say that more to more drivers. Well, go on and win it.
Just win it. Just win it.
Of course, we've got the Nations Cup coming up in a little bit, but we're still going around the world. This is just round 2. We've got Los Angeles, where the tickets are available right now. Come and join us. Are you going to work on your tan while you're there?
Oh, yeah, I've already got plans. Yeah.
Thanks everyone for joining us.
Yeah, top it up.
We will continue the stream.
And of course, we have the World Finals in Fukuoka, and the tickets are going to go on sale on October the 1st. So my theory is everyone always really wants to go to Japan on a holiday, right? Everyone wants to do it. So why don't you just plan it around a Gran Turismo World Series event and we can see you there?
Great excuse, right there.
Well, it's been an absolutely amazing Manufacturers' Cup. We've really enjoyed bringing it to you. Don't go anywhere because Nations Cup is still to come and hopefully just as spicy. See you there.
ご参加ありがとうございます。ネーションズはおよそ1時間半後になります。そちらも配信しますので、よろしくお願いします。お疲れ様でした。
プレイステーション。
お疲れ様でした。We will be back for the Nations 85後。 秀則さん頑張ってください。おやすみなさい。リオおやすみ。師匠子守歌聞きながら寝れますね。おやすみなさい。おやすみなさい。楽しかったよ。 めちゃわえ。早かったですね彼。わら。
Yo.
Oh. 来た来た。
Hey Super Soda, let's go.
BRZ1 メイクか。わら。
Why specifically the BRZ? No, just kidding. Use any car, lol. Xiao.
PS。
Good race checker checker.
彼53歳でドラゴンの速さ。
5-3.
Super すごいですね。
GL.
本当ですね。
See you again. Bye for now. Okay, Jade, enjoy.
「この後ネーションズに向けて少しだけ休憩時間差し挟みます。
GG。
最後ちょっとラフだった気が。
GG。GT7 underscore Logitech. Have you heard that Gran Turismo parent with Dunlop tire for Gran Turismo? Yes, I heard that announcement during Manu. I was relieved that they received penalties.
ごめんなさいしたら、何でって言われた。彼最後譲ったのでしょうか。最終コーナー前からぶつかってきていましたよね。譲ったかもです。自分も荒かったからごめんなさいしたんですが。了解です。彼自分が悪かったと思っているのだと思います。ま、いいか。なるほど。
Yes, I responded. I hear that announcement during Manu. Yes. Finally, a decent car that's not an SUV.
want to fight you right now, and Kind Brewer is now up 7 places from his starting position. Where will he pass? Because he needs to pass and put away. That's the scrap now for him on the inside. Is he going to make it done? Kind Brewer. Can do. Everyone is unleashed. Everyone's right. Okay, here we go. Now they're fighting as we come down to the hairpin down the bottom here. Drummond looking to the outside of Gallo. Gallo and Drummond now having a little bit of door-to-door contact or whatever constitutes a door in this car. But they are now getting to the point as Drummond, for the first time this race, takes the lead away from Jose Serrano, and Gallo's going through too. So both Drummond and Gallo deciding right now is the time to pound. We're going to come down to the last lap or two here. Serrano making that big move on Miyazono, has to do it up the inside. Goes Serrano now, rocking onto the back of Kylian Drummond of Sasaki and Gallo. Paul Ura is going to use the slipstream, follow him through. They both go through. Oh my God, contact at over 200 miles an hour, but they all somehow manage to keep pointing the right way.
Now challenging for the race lead. Does he dive to the inside, to the left-hander? He does, and Serrano goes through. Is the door open for Ura there as well? Sort of. On the inside, switches to the outside line. Sasaki's going to defend it, but that'll compromise his run out of the corner, and Ura just has to wait another day. It goes for a lunge on the inside, but runs it deep. Sasaki's ready to come back through there, but no door is open. Or Gallo.
Oh, there you go.
Lunges to the inside for third place on Sasaki. Sasaki left the door pretty firmly open there as we come on to the start of the final lap for the grand final of the Nations Cup here in London. It's Serrano who leads Pol Ura 0.2 of a second in it. As we come into the first corner, Serrano defends Ura, looking for the outside line. That's going to be brave and bold and brilliant from Pol Ura if he can make it stick. Side by side they run into the braking zone. Serrano's got track position. Ura's up onto the grass on the inside. He's got the line though on the inside, but he switches to the outside line through the next left-hander, and somehow Serrano retains the lead.
He's wide, he's wide.
He's no. Oh, it's so hard though when you run it deep though, because it switches back to that left-hander, and it just gave Serrano enough track position. Half a lap to go then here, separating Serrano and Ura from victory in the grand final in the Nations Cup. And he goes to the inside for Ura. Can he make it stick on Serrano? He slides. Is that moment over? But Jose Serrano pulls a blinder and wins the grand final of the Nations Cup here in London. It's Jose Serrano on top, Pol Ura in second, Valerio Gallo will take third. What a fantastic end to that race here in London. Hello everybody, welcome to Berlin for round 2 of the 2025 Gran Turismo World Series in front of a wonderful live audience! Oh, it is, look at that! We didn't even train them to do that. That's amazing. It's so good to be back. So good to be here. Our second show of the day for the Nations Cup, the GT World Series. Jimmy, last time we were out in London, it was Spanish domination at the top.
Yeah, Paul Ura and Jose Serrano just pretty much dominated the field, with Serrano coming out on top this time.
GT7 underscore Logitech what cars IT miss IT.
Yeah, certainly could. And it wasn't necessarily all the same for the other drivers, because some were a bit less fortunate than others, including Takuma Miyazono.
Yes, that's right. Takuma Miyazono did super well, of course, dominating the Manufacturers' Cup, but didn't do quite as well in the Nations, and I know that would be really bothering him a little bit, as he's known as Mr. Consistency. So let's see if he's going to have to step it up this time to get a better position in the Nations. But before we get into all that, do you guys like free stuff? Of course you do. Have a look at this. Don't forget that you can get involved with the World Series inside Gran Turismo 7 with the bonus campaign. Just click on the Winners Campaign banner on the GT7 World Map, and that's going to give you the chance to win 1 million credits for each of the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers' Cup by predicting who's going to win. Just think of all the stuff you could buy with that. Don't forget that you can enter and vote right up until the start of each Grand Final. Good luck. Watch the World Series broadcast through your GT7 game, and you'll unlock some special in-game rewards through the Viewers Campaign. Watch the Nations Cup live stream and you could win a Porsche 962C with the winning country's livery. Everyone likes free stuff, myself included, and here's your chance to grab some. Now, you may or may not know, but we unveiled a few days ago at the Munich car show the brand new Vision GT, which we have here in the studio. Take a look at this beautiful bit of machinery. Have a look at this. This is the Opel Corsa GSE. Do we like it? It looks pretty good, huh? Yes. So this is the first Vision GT project that's coming from Opel, and it was unveiled a few days ago, of course. And it's the epitome of Opel's sporty GSE sub-brand in an electric high-performance car. It's the latest brand in the brand who have had a long history in building show cars. I mean, it's over 60 years. And it combines Opel's rich motorsport heritage with an iconic nameplate, the Corsa. The Corsa GSE Vision GT has thrilling performance with 2 electric motors. It delivers instant power and torque, launching from 0 to 100 in just 2 seconds, and on a top speed of about 320 kilometers per hour. And the stunning performance matches the muscular and powerful experience. And basically, look at this face here. We have highlighting the Opel Blitz, which is now illuminated. It is pretty spectacular. Do we like it?
なんじゃこの車は。
Is this car a GR4 or just a road car? Looks cool though. Insane that IT has 2 electric engines. Good question.
So I'm now joined by, of course, the series producer for Gran Turismo, Yamauchi-san. Please give him a big round of applause. So, Yamauchi-san, fun fact, my first ever car was a Corsa 1.2-litre diesel. It didn't look as good as this one, though.
私の初めての車が1.2 リッターのディーゼルのコルサだったんですよ。ここまでかっこよくなかったですけど。
I much prefer this one. I could definitely be very annoying in London in this car, I feel.
どんどん放送するのは絶対こっちの方がかっこいいと思うんですけど。
So please tell us a little bit. How are you feeling about this particular Vision GT?
今回のビジョン GT、山内さんはどう思われますか？
ビジョン GT のプロジェクトが始まって、今年でもう十数年経っているんですね。で、もともと ビジョン GT というのは自動車のデザインプロジェクトとして始まったんですけれども、最近は自動車のデザインだけではなくてそれぞれの自動車メーカーの未来をね占うような、そういうプロジェクトに変化してきています。
So, the Vision Gran Turismo project has been going on for over 10 years now. And originally, it really started just as a design project, but now it's sort of evolved into something which sort of predicts the future and kind of gives you a glimpse of what the manufacturer is thinking, for the times ahead.
で、そういう目でこの、オペルコルサ GSE ビジョングランツーリスモを見ると、将来のねコルサって、ジュリアも乗っていたようにすごくポピュラーなみんなよく知っている車ですよね。で、そういう車がどんな未来に向かっているのかを、この車からね想像するのが楽しいんじゃないかなと思います。
Yeah, so when you look at this Opel Corsa GSE Vision Gran Turismo, you can kind of get a feel for the future of the Corsa brand. I mean, you drove it yourself. It's a car that everyone knows. Everyone's been been at one point in time. And you can sort of imagine, what's going to be the next Corsa lineup when we're looking at this car.
I mean, I'm all for it. Anything's better than a 1.2-litre diesel one, but that's fine. Well, I suppose the most important question is, when can players get a chance to get behind the wheel?
そしたらプレイヤーはいつになったらこの車を走らせることができるようになるんですよ。
ほとんどお待たせすることはないと思います。
They won't have to wait very long at all.
Okay, so not soon, I take it. Much, that's great. Okay, thank you so much, Yamachi-san. So, as we are almost getting into the finals of the Nations Cup here, we thought we'd just throw you a little bit of how the competition format, just so you can keep up to speed with all the action that's about to come.
Who is going to be leading when the checkered flag falls here in the Nations Cup?
He needs to pass it to put away. That's the scrap now. Bim on the inside. And you know, they've done kind of. Bruin goes from 10th position on the grid up to first in just over 3.5 laps. They both go through. Oh my God, contact at over 200 miles an hour, but they all somehow manage to keep pointing the right way. The hairpin down the bottom end. Drummond looking to the outside of Gallo. Gallo and Drummond now having a little bit of door-to-door contact or whatever constitutes a door in this car.
Does he dive to the inside, to the left-hander? He does. And Serrano goes through. Is the door open for Jura there as well? Sort of. On the inside, switches to the outside line. Jura just has to wait another day. Goes for a lunge on the inside, but runs it deep. As we come into the first corner, Serrano defends Jura, looking for the outside line. That's going to be brave and bold and brilliant from Paul Jura if he can make it stick. Side by side they run in the Nations Cup. And he goes to the inside for Jura. Can he make it stick on Serrano?
Let's go, thumbs up, sign, fire, party,
Is that moment over? But Jose Serrano pulls a blinder and wins the grand final of the Nations Cup here in London.
さあ、予選はどんな感じだ。
It's time to meet our 12 drivers taking to the track tonight in the Gran Turismo Nations Cup. Please welcome, first up from Brazil, Adriano Carranza. Adriano is a two-time Gran Turismo World Series event winner and will be hoping to add to that tally in front of the crowd tonight. Next up, his full-time debut season in the GT World Series from Canada, it's Samuel Cardinal. Next up, the top driver from the Central and South American region with 5 event wins to his name. From Chile, it's Angel Estrada. He's making his 20th Gran Turismo World Series start today and celebrating his 29th birthday yesterday. From Australia, it's Guy Barbara. Another two-time event winner in the Gran Turismo World Series from France, it's Thomas Le Bousselet. Next up, the 20-year-old hotshot is seeking his first win from the Netherlands. Please welcome Kai de Bruyne. The next man needs no introduction, but we'll give him one anyway. The 4-time Gran Turismo World Champion from Japan, Takuma Miyazono. Next up, welcome the fast hotshot, the 21-year-old from France, Kylian Drummond. 20-year-old from Japan, please welcome Takuma Sasaki. Takuma unlucky to miss out on the podium in London, will be hoping to go a couple of places higher here tonight. Next up, giving you all the 2021 Nations Cup World Champion, the 25-year-old from Italy, it's Valerio Gallo! The 20-year-old from Spain, part of the team that made it the 2023 Nations Cup Championship. From Spain, it is Paul Ura! And last but not least, our winner from World Series 1 in London and also a 2023 Nations Cup champion from Spain, it's Jose Serrano! Now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please stand if you're able for the national anthem of our host nation here in Germany.
リオは今頃スースー。
So yes, we are here in Berlin. Are you guys having a good time? We are having an absolute blinder of a round here at Gran Turismo World Series, but now it is time. We are moments away from finding out who the winners are for the Gran Turismo World Series Round 2 Nations Cup. The drivers have practiced best they can. Now it is time to kind of put the pedal to the metal and see if they can handle the pressure of the stage. Do you reckon they can do it? What do you think? I think they're going to be all right. They are the best of the best after all. Why don't we take a look at how the competition's going to break down? The Nations Cup features the best 12 drivers in the world from the 2025 online qualifiers. 9 countries are participating in the Nations Cup World Series this season. Spain, France and Japan are the most represented countries with 2 drivers each. All of the drivers will get the chance to set a time over a one-lap attack to determine the grid for the sprint race. In the sprint, drivers will get behind the wheel of the Porsche 962C, and how well they perform will determine their spot for the start of the Grand Final. All 12 drivers will battle it out in the Grand Final, with only the top 6 securing World Series points. On top of getting 6 points, first place gets a shiny trophy and is declared the winner of Round 2 in the Nations Cup World Series 2025.
Well, there we go then. That's how it all works out. And here is how the points sit after one round. Of course, round 2 here tonight. And you can see it's tight at the top. Jose Serrano and Paul Ura, Spanish domination in the top 2. But Valerio Gallo nipping away at their heels. Takuma Sasaki, Kylian Drumont and Takuma Miyazono making up the points scorers. Of course, 6 drivers yet to get off the scoreboard. Opportunity knocks for them here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. As I said before, the field is so tight here. It's almost surprising to see the guys without points not have points. Well, big chance to do that for them tonight.
Absolutely. Well, let's catch up then with a couple of our competitors. They're down on the ground talking to Jules.
Yes, I'm joined here by Karshabun and Takuma Miyazono, who are racing in the Nations Cup. So, last time, not the result that you wanted. Obviously, you went away. What's kind of going to be your strategy coming into it this time?
I mean, this time it's going to be a whole different race with rain coming up. Yeah, it's going to be strategy-wise very different, I guess. First we have the sprint race, so to survive the chaos, I guess, also. But yeah, for the main race, have to see what's coming on the radar of the weather.
Yeah, you're feeling confident though.
Very confident.
Good. I feel like it's very important to get that across now. That we're getting just a bit of a pep talk pre-race. Takuma, obviously you did amazingly in the Manufacturers Cup in round 1. You know, you came in like 6th in the nations. I know that's going to have annoyed you because you like to win always. How are you feeling today? You feeling confident?
どうですか、ラウンド1ではマニファクチャーの方は優勝したけど、ネーションズは6位に終わってしまって、今回どういった気持ちで臨んでいますか？
正直彼と違って自信がないです。はい。
Compared to him, I'm not confident at all.
You always say this every time, and then you just do really. I don't know, but honestly, like you are very, very consistent with what you do. How do you think? Like, obviously, we have like new drivers kind of coming in all the time, but like, how do you feel like with the fresh competition each race, like improving yourself?
毎回そう言われて、すごくもう安定した走りを見せて最後に逆転してますけど、今回新しいドライバーもどんどん追加されていて、そういったフレッシュフェイスと一緒に走るのをどういうふうに思っていますか？
やっぱり長年ずっとこの競技に参加しているので、新しい選手と走れるのはすごい、幸せですし、その中でも自分自身がまた戦えるっていうところを証明していきたいなと思いますし、今日のレースは何が起こるかわからないので、ベテランらしく広い視野を持ってミスなく、無事に走り切れることができればおのずといい結果がついてくると思うので、頑張りたいと思います。はい。
Yeah, so having been competing for a long time now, I'm happy to see new faces in the competition. But within that, I still want to prove that I can fight. I still have got it. And this race, I don't know what the conditions are going to be. It's it might be a little bit difficult. But as a veteran driver, I want to make sure that I make no mistakes, and I think the results will follow.
Well, you're both incredible drivers, and I'm pretty sure whatever comes your way on the track, you're going to handle it well. So you're great. They're brilliant. Give them a round of applause. We're going to get this underway and kick it off with the sprint race. Over to you guys, Tom and Jimmy.
Yeah, cheers, Jules. A reminder before we get that underway about where we're stopping on the calendar for the GT World Series in 2025. Of course, we kick things off at the beginning of June in London. Slight break as we are now in Berlin here for round 2 in September. Then we're off to Los Angeles. Looking forward to that for the very first time. That's at the beginning of November. And then right towards the end of December, just a couple of days before Christmas, we're in Fukuoka for the World Finals, which is going to be thrillingly exciting. I'm sure you will agree. And it's been exciting all weekend, especially because we've got some brilliant cars here in Berlin as well.
Yeah, it's been awesome to have that all out front. Of course, if you are interested in getting tickets for LA, you can see the little QR code, so you can scan and get your tickets so you can be there at the event. Perfect excuse to go. My purpose is to go to the US, right?
Hey, no doubt about it. And of course, tickets on sale for Fukuoka from the 1st of October as well. So get yourself involved in that. And we look forward to seeing you there because, as we say, we cannot wait to see how it is going to work out in the Gran Turismo World Series, especially here in the Nations Cup, because we're not too far away from the sprint race. Here's what happened in qualifying, though, earlier on today. This is a time trial event taking place at the Red Bull Ring of the X2019. You can see Guy Barbara had a wobble, a spin, and compromised his qualifying session, which meant no times on the board for the Australian driver. He'll be starting right down towards the very back of the field, courtesy of the time that he lost. The initial pace was set by Adriano Carrazza, but then Thomas Labouche fired one in to get himself right up the sharp end by 1/10 of a second.
It went away for very, very quick around this Red Bull Ring circuit. Kylian Drummond, of course, his fellow countryman, always been a rival to Kylian Drummond, although unable to go fast and missing out by only 0.02 of a second. Super close at the top.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Kylian Drummond, a bit disappointed with that one, as I'm sure you can imagine. Those two have been pretty close rivals. Sasaki was a bit down in the middle sector. We know he's pretty handy in these Red Bull X2019 cars, but striking the maximum at this Red Bull Ring circuit can prove to be quite difficult. You can see they were really flirting with the edges of track limits coming through those final corners. If you just make one small error, it can cost you a bit of time, and he made time, though, in the final sector. You can see going to the top of the pile, despite being down, as I said, in that middle sector. For Valerio Gallo, though, up and in towards the first corner, he was a bit too deep over the curb, and unfortunately got a track limits penalty. His lap was gone as well.
Yeah, Bro turned in from another country there, so I'm not surprised for that track limit, but I hope that Serrano was the last man to cross the line. Would he go faster than Sasaki? No, he could only manage P6, our winner from London, down in the mid-pack.
Yeah, disappointment there for Jose Serrano, but here is how the grid then will line up ahead of the sprint race here today. So Sasaki on pole position with Labouche alongside on the front row. Then it's Drummond, Carrazza, Yura and Serrano is your top 6. But a big name down there is Takuma Miyazono. Just 0.6 of a second slower he was, but the field spread, as you can see, incredibly tight, all the way down, effectively, to Valerio Gallo. Of course, Barbara sprinting on his flying lap meant that he lost a bit of time. But we turned things on their head for the Nations Cup, especially for the sprint race, because instead of being in Rebel X 2019, we're in the Porsche 962 from 1988.
Hey, reading the words Monza no chicane gives me a special sort of PTSD. It really does. Very, very quick demonstration, of course, using, as you say, these Porsche 962 Group C cars. There it's on the screen, 700 horsepower, give or take a couple of horsepower, 850 kilos, huge turbocharger, turbo lag, all the good stuff. There is aero, just not what they used to from the X2019.
Yeah, it's the polar opposite, isn't it? And these Group C machines, very tricky, and you can imagine the top speeds are going to be excessively high as well, courtesy of the fact that there is no chicane. The first braking zone the drivers will contend with from the final corner is going in towards the Della Roggia chicane, which traditionally would be the second chicane on the Monza circuit. So it alleviates kind of the first corner dramas, as it were, but I reckon, especially towards the middle and then the latter stages of the race, it's going to get pretty spicy.
Yeah, what's better than 12 hyper-competitive drivers doing 400 kph into a chicane? No.
Yeah, I can't wait. This race is to decide the grid for the grand final, just to remind you. No points on offer here for this one. Purely pride and, we said, the all-important grid positions for that last race. And an opportunity especially for Guy Barbara to make some ascensions through the field. Drivers then are ready. The crowd are ready here in Berlin. We are also ready to go for the sprint race of the Nations Cup.
頑張るんば
And ready to go for the Nations Cup then, for the sprint race here at Monza. Let's see how this one is going to work out. Porsche 962 Group C machines and a no chicane layout. It is going to be absolutely frantic down towards that first braking zone. Sasaki begins this one on pole position with Thomas Laboutelet alongside on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is headed by Kylian Drumont, and he will be joined by Adriano Carrazza, who we know is not afraid of getting his elbows out. Paul Ura heads the third row for Spain with his compatriot Jose Serrano. Those two can't seem to separate them pretty much everywhere they go. Kai de Bruyne is next up on the grid in P7 with Takuma Miyazono, the four-time champion for company alongside. Then Angel Nostroza, tricky qualifying for the Chilean driver. He will have Samuel Cardinal alongside him. The final row of the grid is comprised of Valerio Gallo. His lap time was disallowed in qualifying. Guy Barbara, the only driver who was worse off, courtesy of that spin on his one and only flying lap. So 12 laps, so they're going to tick off pretty quickly here, I reckon.
Yeah, very fast laps around here, lots of slipstreaming action to come. So it isn't just about pure performance, it's about strategy and positioning your car in the right place at the right time. Almost, you kind of don't want to beat Sasaki because you're right at the front of the field, you're giving the toe to everyone else. And I pretty much guarantee that he would not be leading the race going down into the first chicane. But Guy Barbara there getting ready. He's got a lot of work to do, Guy Barbara, after that spin in qualifying, but we know he's quick, we know he's punchy. Going to unleash all of that here to move forward in today's sprint race.
Yeah, and it's all about being smart, isn't it, as well? You've got to, it's all well having the pace, but you've got to make sure you use it at the right time, and, you know, making sure that you use brains over brawn really is the important factor here. So let's see what will happen then. We're ready to go for the sprint race of the Gran Turismo Nations Cup for the World Series here in Berlin. Takuma Sasaki is going to lead the field towards the timing line, and who will be claiming the checkered flag of the all-important pole position when we go racing then. So Sasaki leads them into the green flag as we go with Laboutelet and Drumont for company behind. So through in towards what would have been the first chicane, the first braking zone, but now we head into an acceleration zone and we blast in towards the Curva Grande for the first time. And look at the slipstream already coming into effect here for the drivers behind. Sasaki, of course, is punching that hole in the air in front for the drivers, and Laboutelet is trying to take profit of it. He's having a look on the inside into the Della Roggia, no way through for there. It closes up quite a lot in the sort of first half of that, but nobody making a dive bomb to the inside.
Yeah, a couple of position changes, but not many. Gallo up to P10, Kai de Bruyne up to P6. Drumont now, as we watch him go through the Lesmos. Exit out of here is super important now, up towards the Ascari complex. And is that someone sideways in the background? Probably. These things have over 700 horsepower delivered to those rear wheels. No TC, of course, back in the 80s, just how it should be as we go through Ascari. Now, Laboutelet is falling off the back of Sasaki a little bit. Really strong through the middle was Sasaki, but of course, He's only 6 tenths ahead, which means he's going to be drawn back in using the slipstream. On board now, Adriano Carrazza, a veteran to these events, is having a look over his shoulder there. Will he go for a move here? Will he stay where he is? Stays there for now. I mean, it's a long race this, so
Vamos,
ends
up being a bit of a slipstreaming train, this, doesn't it, here, really? And it's a case of who's going to be able to take advantage of it. A bit sausage curve there on the outside. You can see Adriano Carrazza, most experienced driver, also the oldest driver in the Gran Turismo World Series. I mean that's no discredit to him at all. 36 years of age, and hopefully we'll be able to use that wise head of his to good use. Let's see what happens as we come down towards the first corner for the first time in Racing Spring. Well, Pol Jura is taking advantage with 3 abreast in the background there as well. Jura and Carrazza side by side through the curve of Grande. Carrazza's going to have the inside line here, and it might open the door here for Kai de Bruyne, who sends it to the inside to the Della Roggia. Can he get 2 for the price of 1? He can. Kai de Bruyne, you buy 1 there and you get 1 free, but he's on the outside. He's onto the curb, onto the rough stuff. Jura's there still, ready to pick his pocket, but nothing doing there for him. Kai de Bruyne muscles his way up and into 4th place.
What a bit of opportunistic driving there from Kai de Bruyne. 2nd to 4th in 1 move. Fantastic. We're used to seeing stuff like this from him. He's not afraid to make the big move, is Kai de Bruyne. But now, of course, having had that little squabble, that's let that top 3 move away slightly. So now maybe they need to think about working together a little bit to reel them back in again. Jose Serrano, your winner last time out in London in P7 right now, dropping a place from his starting position and maybe just not quite looking as aggressive as he needs to be so far. Maybe just thinking about things, and now he's looking for a move on Carrazza. They're going to be side by side down to the Parabolica. Serrano later with the brakes, up into P6 he goes. Carrazza there tries the cutback, runs to the back of Serrano. Luckily, no spin there.
I might also allow an opportunity for Gallo to attack as well. So this is Carrazza versus Jura side by side, but look at Kai de Bruyne using the double slipstream to great effect to the inside of Carrazza, to the inside of Jura, over the curb, bit of contact in the mid part of it, but somehow just about keeps it on the straight and narrow on the curve there as well as Labutale has now switched places with Sasaki for the race lead. We come through the curve of Grande, and is Sasaki going to repay the favour on the Frenchman as we head in towards the Della Roggia? Nothing doing there for him, but if they start squabbling, that's going to bring the likes of De Bruyne, Jura, Serrano, all who are close behind, right back into play, and it might present a door opening here.
Hey Sonic, white smiling face.
Keeping his powder dry for now.
The thing is, it is super tempting to make that move back again. You think, yeah, you know what, I've just been overtaken. How dare they? I'm going to take that place back and get my position back. But if you do that, you end up having this little fight, unnecessary fight, and you're not on the racing line. You're not taking the best line around the circuit. And it means people behind you gain and people in front of you pull away. So it's good just to think about your moves sometimes. Go there, clocking the fastest lap. Here is the overtake. Not too dramatic, just using the slipstream. Through goes Labutale.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Labutale didn't manage to make that move before he crossed the timing line there as well. So that's something to note, especially as we come on to the final stages of this race. So if you're in the slipstream, depending on how close you are coming out that final corner, getting past before you take the checkered flag may not be a possibility. Now, what can Kylian Drumont do? Sits there in 3rd place. Look at it behind as well. Jura versus De Bruyne. They're now side by side down the start-finish straight. Jura's got the outside line, which, of course, will switch to the inside line when we come through into the braking zone. I don't think he's going to need to really wait until we go into the Della Roggia because he's got so much momentum through the curve of Grande and chops the nose off of Kai de Bruyne, who has no opportunity but to get out of the throttle. Serrano's there ready to try and pounce here as well. Can the 2 Spaniards work together? What about Gallo and Carrazza there in the background as well? So Jura's now through into 4th. De Bruyne down into 5th, Serrano into 6th, Gallo in 7th, and Carrazza in 8th. But Jura's picked up a small penalty there, presumably for track limits, and that is going to drop him back and compromise him quite hugely
not in my lifetime,
how many cars are line astern behind him.
Yes, it's a 1 second penalty, and the way that's applied, when you get to the penalty line, the car basically goes full on the brakes. The car goes, so people behind you don't go flying into the back of you, because that would be a bit problematic. But it's more than a second, especially around here when it's such a high-speed course. But here we go.
That's crazy how good these guys are.
The brakes will be applied, and you'll see for yourself just how devastating even a 1 second penalty is in these races. Here we go.
Yep, so moves off the racing line there, does Pol Jura, and the rest of the field are just going to come streaming through, and his heart is going to drop to his boots, unfortunately, and his position will as well. Down to 9th place there for Pol Jura. Sasaki back in front of Labutale, meanwhile, at the sharp end of this one. And making a break in this race is going to be particularly difficult. As we said, no points on offer, just to remind you. This is all to decide the grid for the grand final. But of course, if you've got that clear view down towards the first corner in what is going to be a particularly long grand final race, it will just give you that little bit more confidence. But Labouchelet there is ready to pick his pocket and does so. Through the Curva Grande, the Frenchman now back in front once more.
Yeah, we'll see a bit of this now until the last few laps. Just kind of position your car in the right place at the right time. And you might think, oh, why do they keep overtaking each other? It's because they get something called a slipstream or a draft, where if you drive behind the car in front of you, you don't face that same air resistance that they do, and you're able just to go faster, basically. You're able just to accelerate a bit quicker. Oh, Gallo and Miyazono. We've not mentioned Miyazono at all in this race, have we? Miyazono started in P8, up to P7 now, and slowly starting to make his way through the grid, but yeah, a little bit anonymous in this one to Miyazono.
A bit anonymous so far in the Nations Cup at all, really. He's only had 1 point after, of course, only 1 round in the championship, but yeah, it hasn't particularly been anything to write home about. I mean that with the greatest of respect, given the performances that we've seen from him, especially in the Manufacturers' Cup over the years as well, and also here in the Nations Cup as well. So let's hope that this is the weekend where we start seeing Takuma Miyazono's real pace shining through. He's now side by side here with Adriano Carrazza. He's got the overspeed, he's got the inside line, and he's back through and into 6th place with a lovely move on the brakes there.
Yeah, decisive on the brakes there, but again, you have to think maybe slowing up the cars behind him. The gap between him and Serrano, 1.3 seconds outside the drafting range, and he has 3 cars behind him. Carrazza, Ura, and Gallo, all incredibly fast people, just all thinking that I need to be first, I need to be leading this train. It's difficult sometimes to manage that ego.
Oh, look at this. Drummond is ready to try and pounce here on Sasaki. He's got great straight line speed, but just to get out the throttle there through the Curva Grande, didn't he? Just trying to find his way through on the outside. The problem is, of course, that corner then becomes a bit of a tighter radius, and you can't make it through with the same amount of speed that you would have been carrying would you have been on the normal racing line. The upshot is that Drummond not able to make an overtaking attempt. Serrano's got a 1-second penalty there as well. That'll be down to track limits, so Serrano is going to face the same bother as his compatriot, who's managed to recover to 6th place after dropping down to 9th for the same discretion earlier on.
Now, notice Kai de Bruyn's got a really, really effective line through the chicane, through that De La Rosa chicane there, just because he seems to know exactly where the track limits are. Serrano tried to follow him, slightly outside of that, bam. Track down penalty, you can see, because the gap comes down by about half a second every time you go through there. Maybe this will be enough for De Bruyn to get to the back, but he's doing it without help, so it's hard for 4th place to catch up to 3rd.
On board here then with Drummond on the brakes we go in towards the Parabolica. Serrano then served that penalty, drops 1 place behind Pole Euro, but that's actually pretty good damage limitation given that penalty. It was just darted straight back into the slipstream as soon as he possibly could with Euro, and the upshot is he doesn't lose too much time as a result of that. Guy Barber was given a warning, by the way, for bump drafting. He hasn't particularly made much of an impression on this race down in 12th position. Likewise, Angelina Stroza having something of a quiet one as well down in P10. On board here we are with Drummond. Look at the overspeed he's got there with Sasaki as they come through this fast right-hander, and Sasaki's going to try and defend the line here. Is Drummond going to think about it to the inside? Kind of has a look, but the door's not really ajar there. But De Bruyn, I tell you what, it was a 3-way fight a lap or so ago. It's now become a proper 4-way tussle here.
Yeah, Kai de Bruyn's got pace, he's fast. Here's Carrazza and Miyazono, another pass, Ura as well in the background. Like, you're going to make it 3 wide, is he? Yeah, why not? Let's go 3 wide. Who's that in the background? Is that Gallo? Should we make it 4 wide? Yeah, let's try to make it 4 wide. Gallo in there as well. Freight training, poor Takuma Miyazono, just a passenger there. Ura and Gallo taking P6 and 7th respectively. Carrazza up to 8th.
Well, Miyazono would have thought he left the handbrake on, given the fact that he was going backwards at such a vast rate of knots, with 3 cars driving past him in the space of a couple of 100 metres. On board here, meanwhile, Kai de Bruyn, who sniffed an opportunity in his first podium in the Gran Turismo World Series. Let's see if this is the result that will be coming his way. You can see the pace that he's got and the ascension that he's made through the field, up 3 places from where he started. Likewise, also Valerio Gallo's had a good run of things. He's up 5 places from where he started to P6, and you just get the sense that Kai de Bruyn just keeping his powder dry, waiting for the right opportunity, and he's going to be there, ready when it matters.
Now, I've always thought Kai de Bruyn has what it takes to win one of his events. He's a really fast guy, but he's just not quite had the complete package. Just up ahead, Sasaki and Drummond have a little bit of side-to-side contact. But as you say, Tom, it's lap 8. Right now, making a lunge of your life isn't really going to mean anything. It's just going to show your hand. So just do this, get close, be close enough to strike. That's all you've got to do, and then figure it all out on that last lap.
I love the detail on those onboard driver POV shots. You can see the turbo boost gauge going up and down like a fiddler's elbow, and the drivers soaring away at the wheel as they make their way through this legendary circuit. It's just a fantastic place to go racing, and what a car to do it in, which would have probably been on Monza back in the day in the World Sports Car Championship as it was known back then. I have to say, Laboutelet's not been too troubled for the race lead over the last lap or so. He's got 6/10 of a second in his pocket, nothing really to write home about, still very much in slipstreaming range, and the trio that are chasing him there behind, but he's again just not been bothered too much over the last couple of laps, and I wonder if he can use that to his advantage to just thwart the challenge for now.
I don't know if you noticed it, but Sasaki actually just pulled out of the slipstream, so he wants to be second right now. We're starting to get into the 4D chess moment of this race, but it's going to be between these four guys, I think. I'm not sure Euro has the pace to catch up to this little quartet as they go on to start their 9th lap, and everyone's now just trying to figure out, okay, where's the best place to overtake? Where do I want to be leading? Sasaki here thinking, okay, I'll have a go here. He'll go up into P1, Laboutelet P2. Will Drummond follow him through or not? He might do. He's looking. There goes Drummond as well. Is he going to go for... He goes for both of them. Drummond decides he wants to lead the race now, and up to P1 goes Kylian Drummond.
Well, now he becomes the hunter to becoming the hunted. So let's see how this works out here for Kylian Drummond, because of course he doesn't have the advantage of that slipstream, the hole being punched in the air in front of him, unlike the other three drivers who are behind. So you would imagine that Drummond will be a little bit vulnerable in terms of the lack of straight line speed that he'll be suffering from. There's still 3 laps left to go in this one, so keep an eye out for that gap with Euro. What's he, 2.5 seconds off the back of those 4? If they really do start getting their elbows out and duffing one another up, then it's not out of the realms of possibility. I have to say, I do agree with you. I think it's quite unlikely at the moment. Out of Ascari we go, though, meanwhile. Now, what's the retaliation going to be from the likes of Sasaki and for Laboutelet? Down the back straight, Sasaki's on the inside line here, then, just pulls out the slipstream as he did last time around against Thomas Laboutelet. So we know that these drivers behind have got the pace, and they're just biding their time, waiting for the opportunity. Someone who was waiting for the right opportunity was Kylian Drummond. Double slipstream there, a gap sort of opening on the inside, and then you saw Sasaki go back over to the normal racing line, which allowed the door to be properly opened, and then Drummond just walked through it beautifully.
Yeah, a lot of faith there in his other drivers as we start to get spicy now. Sasaki pushed to the grass. Kind of brought this contact between the two. They're just about staying on the course. 2 by 2 now to the chicane. Who's to come out on top? Kind of brought up to P3. Laboutelet now back up to the lead. No, it's Drummond. They are the two countrymen hitting each other. Kind of Bruin is now up into P2. And Drummond down to P4. They're starting to see Mick Hazal there watching on thinking, guys, what are you doing? Stop that.
Yeah, you get the impression that this isn't going to be a friendly fight. It's going to be a barroom brawl towards the end of this one, don't you? If that corner was anything to take stock of. Takumi Azona's just lost another place, by the way. He's down into 9th position. Again, just not a particularly brilliant race there for him. And Gallo's charge looks to have stalled in 6th position as well. He's about half a second off the back of Pole Euro. This, of course, counts for the grid position for the grand final, just to remind you. Now, on board then with Kylian Drummond, part of the team that made up the Nations Cup Championship winning outfit for Subaru back in 2022 and held in very high esteem within the Gran Turismo circles, bounced onto the scene in 2022. And ever since then, he has never looked back. But through the final corner of Ascari, or Alboreto, as it's now known, with Kylian Drummond here. And what can he do? We begin lap 11 out of 12. So 2 more to go then here for this one. And last time around through the Curva Grande is where we started seeing drivers pushing the limits, getting their elbows out as De Bruyne now hits the front. He's used that slipstream, used the inside line, and he's taken the race lead away.
And leading for the first time now is Kai De Bruyne, but for how much longer? Sasaki back through that. I thought there was contact between the two. That would have been a huge crash if there were. Kai De Bruyne is leading for now, but Tom, do you want to be leading? Oh, he's got a penalty.
Yeah, they're under investigation. They were under investigation.
It was a
track limit.
Oh, Kai De Bruyne again, just his own worst enemy. A 1 second penalty there. Let's have a look at the overtaking that he did to get into lead in the first place. To me, this is fine until then. A little bit of contact between the two, and Laboutelet and Drummond had a little bit of contact as well. I don't really want to watch this right now. I want to watch the what's happening in the front of the field.
It's going to be into here, isn't it? Yeah, he just biffs into the back of Laboutelet, which sends him into the side of Drummond.
You can't do much there. They're stopping on the apex and you're there. There's not much you can really do, I don't think. But a 1 second penalty is going to completely ruin his race. What a shame. That could have been a win for him.
Well, let's see how it works out. So he drops them down into fourth place. His only hope now is that those top three will still squabble. I mean, he's still in slipstreaming range. He's not out of the realms of possibility of this one. Can Kai de Bruyne have a fight back here on this final lap? So we come to start it then at Monza. It's Sasaki, Le Bousselet and Drumont trailing off the back by 0.6 of a second. Is the luckless Kai de Bruyne. And keep an eye out for Jura and Gallo, who look set to start squabbling behind. Here comes Le Bousselet on Sasaki, down the start-finish straight into the curve of Grande. Drumont makes it 3 abreast. On the outside is Drumont, in the middle is Le Bousselet. On the inside here is Sasaki, who ducks out of it. He decides to let the two Frenchmen start battling amongst one another, and will wait for the opportunity to come his way. Into the Della Roggia chicane, Drumont's got the inside line, Le Bousselet's on the outside, Park's still on the apex. Nothing doing there for Sasaki because there's no opportunity to use any extra momentum that he has, and the upshot is coming through to the Lesmos. It's Drumont who's got the advantage, and De Bruyne is right back in the picture in fourth as well.
Yeah, French roadblock there. You can't help but think that might not have been a little bit coordinated by the guys in the blue Porsche 962, just making sure no one else can attack. But Drumont leads now as we come into the last half of the last lap here in the sprint race. Bousselet second, Sasaki third, and Kai de Bruyne even with penalty holding on there in fourth position. Of course, reminders will set the grid for the grand final coming up after this. But Kylian Drumont looking like he's got this one sewn up, Tom.
Well, coming out onto the back straight and in towards the Parabolica, I have to say, I kind of agree with you. Half a second is the advantage he's got in his back pocket, and has Kylian Drumont pulled an absolute blinder here? Could we see a French 1-2 occupying the grid for the grand final? No one's close enough to send a Lancer on the inside. They're going to have to now be relying on a mistake out of this final corner, which no one seems to make, and the upshot is it is going to be a French 1-2 in the sprint race. Kylian Drumont wins it from Thomas Le Bousselet. Takuma Sasaki in third, ahead of Kai de Bruyne in fourth, with Jura completing the top five. Well, it promised so much, that race, and the upshot is Kai de Bruyne lost out quite dramatically, and Kylian Drumont managed to take victory ahead of his countrymen.
Yeah, a bit of a definitely coordination there. I'm calling it collusion. It's here right now. But I mean, why not? Yeah, conspiracy theory. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, these guys obviously race together a lot. They know how each other they race on circuit. You might as well make sure you have the best possible chance of winning in the grand final. A couple of people who have a great race there. Karatza and Ankal in a Stroza. Miyazono as well struggling. Not the pace we're used to seeing from him, but. Yeah, French 1-2, looking good for the French guys.
So let's have a look then. There's some highlights from that race. It promised so much, didn't it? Sasaki started it on pole position. Le Bousselet and Drumont, who were pretty close behind. It was always going to be a case of a slipstreaming battle. We just didn't know who was going to emerge on top of it. We saw some great progress in that one for the likes of Valerio Gallo, and especially for Kai de Bruyne there as well, who made some good ground from where they started on the grid. Le Bousselet, Sasaki and Drumont were pretty much constant at the front of this one. Jura and Serrano were there as well until they suffered from penalties, which dropped them right down the order and has given the mother and father of all jobs going into that grand final. This was Sasaki taking the lead of the race away. Drumont, though, picked the pocket of them both coming down into the chicane. That was absolutely brilliant there from Drumont. He just seemed to have a little bit left in his locker, didn't he? And the upshot is, after he and Le Bousselet worked together supremely well, they occupy the top two positions on the grid for the grand final. No points on this one, just to remind you, but they will, of course, be hoping to get more to take it to the grand final later.
Sorry. All right, Tom, let me get in a word in edgeways, honestly. I'm down here with Kylian Drumont, who's, of course, the winner of the sprint race. Give him a big round of applause. So, first question. What did you have for breakfast this morning? Because whatever you had for breakfast, you should have for breakfast every day.
Yeah, I had a really good breakfast. Heads, bacon,
it's important.
Orange juice, that's it.
That's what you need. That's the breakfast, literally, of champions. We're starting to see a little bit of, obviously we've had like the Spanish 1-2 is the French 1-2, the next new thing for Gran Turismo World Series.
Yeah, now it's your turn for France. I mean,
yeah,
me and Thomas were really good of the manufacturers. Now it's your turn for the nations. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, you're getting some good synergy. Was there lots of plotting beforehand, or is it just happening naturally?
Yeah, I mean, let's see what's happened in the next race, but we are really, really good with Thomas, so let's see where come from with France.
Yeah.
On the top, I guess, I hope.
What do you think, a French 1-2 maybe? Well, you're going to have to keep it going all the way into that grand final, but congratulations on the pole on the sprint race. Let's throw it over to Tom and Jimmy.
Yeah, cheers, Jules. Thanks for throwing to me rather than crashing like I did with you. Anyway, Kylian Drumont then manages to take victory ahead of Thomas Labousle. Sasaki completing the podium in that one ahead of Kai De Bruyne there as well. Some good progress from a couple of drivers, including Kai De Bruyne and Valerio Gallo, as we said there, Jimmy. Do you think we can read much into these results? Do you think it'll have a reflection on what we're expecting for the grand final?
I mean, it's one of those races, it's a slipstream fest, so if you do have a bad start or a small mistake, you're going to end up falling down the order regardless. It's that close now. So, I mean, obviously you want to be as far forward as you can in qualifying. It makes things a lot easier for you. But you know, we've seen Miyazono, for example, win from this sort of position before. Serrano as well, Euro, Gallo, even in a Stroza. So I don't think we can read too much into it.
It's interesting there with Inestrosa as well. I mean, look at the gap between Carrazza and Inestrosa. What, 4 and a bit seconds, nearly 5 seconds or so separating them. So I'm keen to see how that's going to work out. There must have been something going on there for Angel Inestrosa. Anyway, let's forget about the sprint race and the results and all of that sort of stuff because we're going into the grand final and we're changing things again completely on their head. We're going from Porsche 962s at Monza with no chicane over to a different circuit, a different car, a different layout and different conditions.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are probably familiar with our car by now. The Red Bull X 2019 competition here at the Red Bull Ring. As you say, different conditions. We've been told these tyres, they don't tend to put the intermediate heavyweights in for no reason, do they, Tom?
No, I get the impression there could be some weather on the horizon. The thing is, we don't know when, we don't know where, and we don't know how heavy it's going to be. So there is going to be a proper race of strategy, and I imagine a fair bit of luck coming into this one.
Here's our X 2019. More power, less weight, more aero. What's not what to like about that, honestly?
You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. The Red Bull X 2019, and I have to say, having had a go in these things in the wet, I mean, it makes your bum twitch like a rabbit's nose, I've got to be honest with you, because they are tricky things in the dry. Although that's probably something to do with my driving style.
Yeah, you're saying that. I actually had to go myself trying to get through T3 at the Red Bull Ring in mixed conditions. And I'm not someone who drives this car very often, so please don't judge me too hard.
You've got the excuses of a race.
Yeah, that. So here's the dry. You know, nice and simple. I can do that one. We're waiting, looking for the marker, top left-hand side here. I brake to the 100, I brake a little bit later here, down through the gears, to the apex nicely, soft on the front legs, don't spin the rear tyres, and out. Almost like I've done it before. Still a bit of wall spin. And here's that line there from the aerial camera. We're using all the circuit on the left-hand side, just making sure we open up the corner as much as possible, roll it through the apex, and a nice and soft an exit. But it's a little bit of a different story in the wet, of course. So these guys threw me out with some intermediate tyres on the circuit that I think probably should have been wet tyres, but I gave it a good go anyway. Completely different story. So we're going up towards the same corner, but I'm braking off the racing line, middle of the circuit, then coming over to the racing line, wide off the apex and soft on throttle and exit, just to try and get through and not touch that rubber surface. Because in the wet, that racing line where all the rubber's been pressed into the track, it's slick. It's like driving on ice. Here it is again from the aerial view. Again, braking offline, slowly coming across as we get to the corner, bit wide of the apex, and then nice and easy on exit. And I only spun like 4 times trying to do that.
You made it look seamless. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, looking at the difference in lines there, and you know, I'm keen to see how the drivers are going to use that to their advantage, especially as the track dries up, gets wetter, and you know, if you're on intermediate tyres, you're going to be looking for the wet patches, and the converse, of course, if you're on the dry tyres.
Yeah, basically, you know, you're using the wet lines when you're sort of caught out on tyres. Otherwise, you can kind of be what you want. But of course, we have our predict the winner here, and come on, guys, what's going on?
Yeah, that's Takuma Miyazono, who's been taking the lion's share of the vote, is probably fair to say. Given the fact that he's had a bit of a dog's dinner of a day so far, I think that's... look, nothing's impossible in the world of Gran Turismo, let's be honest, but it's not gone his way so far. However, Kylian Drumont, you can see down there, with just 4% of the share. Well, I suppose if nothing else, it will give Takuma Miyazono reason for confidence.
Do you reckon he looks at it and goes, oh no.
Not again.
Expectation.
Not again. Mum, you've got to stop doing it. Stop voting for it. No, he's a very talented driver, is Takuma Miyazono, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. And also for the likes of Valerio Gallo, we saw some great progress through the field for the Italian in that one. If he can continue making the same level of progress, he'd be on the top step.
Yeah, I mean, Gallo's good in his cars. He's always been good in the X2019, so we'll see if he can come through.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, not too far away then from getting this one underway for the grand final of the Nations Cup. Let's go down to Jules before we do, however.
We are but moments away from the Nations Cup grand final. I'm very excited. Berlin, are you ready? all comes down to this. Round 2 grand final is a go!
Let's go.
Ready to go then for the grand final of the Nations Cup here for World Series 2 in Berlin. This is going to be hugely exciting, and the track is wet. We knew that weather was going to come into it. We weren't quite expecting it, though, at the start of the race. So who's going to plump for what tyres, and who will be leading down towards the first corner, crucially, as well. Kylian Drummond starts as one on pole position, a legacy of his victory in the sprint race. He's joined at the front row by his countryman, Thomas Leboutelet. Sasaki heads row 2. And he has got Kai de Bruyne for company, unlucky to miss out on a podium here earlier on. Paul Ura heads the third row of the grid, and he's got Valerio Gallo alongside him. Gallo, of course, making good progress, as we said, in that sprint race. Jose Serrano next up at P7, and Takuma Miyazono, who is the favourite in the Predict the Winner campaign, lines up P8 with Adriana Carrazza very close behind, and then Angel Enestrosa, the two South Americans, on the penultimate row of the grid. Guy Barbara in 11th position, and rounding out is Samuel Cardinal, the Canadian. So we know the track is wet, and everybody has decided to start on the intermediate compound tyre. We're looking at the fact that there's some wet patches, but they're mostly offline here, Jimmy. That seems pretty sensible to me.
Yeah, but it does mean if you're going side by side with someone, there are patches of the circuit that your intermediate tyre are not going to be able to deal with. So it's something to think about when overtaken. Also, is that these guys, I can guarantee they practice mostly in the dry. So this is going to be maybe uncharted territory for them. I expect they'll struggle a little bit, but it'll definitely make the racing more entertaining.
Certainly will. Well, penny for the thoughts of that man, Kylian Drummond, and what's going to be running through his mind at the moment. Sitting on pole position with his countryman Thomas Leboutelet behind. They put in a great formation in that sprint race, but can they repeat it here in this grand final? They're out of the final corner and coming to the timing line. This, of course, is the all-important race for points for Gran Turismo World Series 2 for the Nations Cup. We drive to the line here at the Red Bull Ring. Weather in play, and 30 laps of action to come. The lights go green, and we go racing for the grand final of the Nations Cup here in Berlin. So Drummond leads them up to turn 1, and then Leboutelet, then Sasaki, but it's turn 3, the first big braking zone. That's the real opportunity for overtaking, and Drummond, of course, does not have the advantage of the slipstream, but he did have the advantage of a nice clean run out of the first corner. Sasaki looks to try and pounce here on Leboutelet. On the brakes we go. It's very close behind there as well. Serrano versus Ura. De Bruyne's into the side of Sasaki as well. That's going to drop Sasaki down a few places, and Gallo is now through on his inside as well as Paul Ura. So 2 places lost in the space of 1 corner there for Takuma Sasaki. Not the start of the race he'll have wanted. Gallo, meanwhile, is on the inside of Ura and looks like he's made it stick down into turn 5. Serrano versus Miyazono side by side in the background. Action everywhere you look on the side of this race.
3 places now lost for Sasaki. Gallo up 2, Kai de Bruyne up 1 now. I'm sure the stewards will be having a little look at that one. It's quite an aggressive move there. Serrano now getting by Sasaki. That's 4 places lost for the Japanese driver, and now he's back with his countryman Takuma Miyazono. A terrible start there for the Japanese driver, but it just goes to show that qualifying doesn't always guarantee you a good start to the race. On board now, Sasaki. Look, he's that far back from where he started. You can see the spray being kicked up on the cars in front. Does hamper visibility a little bit, but not too much. Enough to still see where you're going. But onto that too now. The driver's using all the curb on the exit there, so confident to do that on this intermediate tyre. But got to be careful, because they might still find a wet patch yet.
Yep, Carrazza's lost a couple of places from where he started. Gallo was the big winner on the opening lap. He made up 2 positions into P4, into the braking zone of turn 3 we go. The closing speed there always makes me wince a little bit, because they absolutely slam it on the anchors and just about get it stopped before making contact with the other drivers. Now Ura and Serrano, they're in formation here in 5th and 6th position. Can the 2 Spaniards, who of course I remind you were the top 2 finishers in the reverse order of where they are now in the first World Series event back in June. So, Serrano and Ura with a lot of work to do in 6th and 5th place there, respectively. Kai de Bruyne, meanwhile, up into 3rd, but we know that incident on the first lap at the moment is under investigation.
see what the stewards say on that one. But meanwhile, it's been on the Beaujolais De Bruin. Fremont with a 1 second gap as it is. So here's a replay. Didn't see this one. This is Gran on board for P9 currently.
On the brakes.
Yeah, comes back to Miyazono there and go Barbara in contact. I mean, going in the back of him. I don't know what you want to say about that one.
Yeah, not ideal at all there for Joe Carazzi. We know he's not afraid of getting his elbows out and often gets into a bit of trouble for it as well. The upshot is he's down in 11th position, so not good at all there for him. Guy Barber was the big sort of profit on that. Here's Kai De Bruin attacking against Thomas Laboutelet. Disappointed to miss out on that podium in the sprint race was De Bruin. He makes an end for it with a send to the inside down into turn 3 and up into second position is the Dutchman then. Great start to this race then here for him so far.
Kai De Bruin looking strong today here at Berlin. I mean, could this finally be the time we see Kai battle for a win here? I don't know. Too early to say. I probably jinxed it, but yeah, on lap 3 of the 30 lap race, is that what you call it?
Well, look, we're on lap 3, Jimmy, but I have to say, look at the circuit. You can see a few dry lines sort of just beginning to start appearing there, and I'm interested to see how much the spray is going to start to dissipate over the course of this one, because if there's no active rain falling, of course these intermediate tyres, they're working all right here so far, but when's the crossover point going to come where you're going to think about dry tyres? There we are, look at the crossover lap times. Where are we now in terms of them? We're 1:13s, we're not too far away from that dry tyre, really.
We're about there, so basically it's just who wants to blink first, because one, the tyre's got to come up, and 2, the racetrack becomes a lot narrower when you go onto that soft tyre, because if you even touch a wet patch, you get, I speak from experience, you go flying off into the undergrowth. So no further action there from the start of the race. So Kai De Bruin in second place, and now they're captured Kylian Drumont.
And look at Valerio Gallo, he's bringing himself right into the picture here then as well. Carazzi, Barber and Miyazono are under investigation for that first corner skirmish that we saw a few moments ago. But now you've got 3 drivers lining astern. Oh, there was a bit of contact there between Laboutelet and De Bruin down into turn 4.
And there might have been, I'm not sure, we didn't get a good angle of it. Kai De Bruin now defends from Laboutelet, just chops across the nose there of the French driver, saying, no thank you sir, I'm taking this for now. But yeah, it might have been a smattering of contact, but I'm sure. So in the midfield, just behind this man, we have the Spanish Euro and Serrano. Gallo there moving offline. Maybe to try and break the toe, maybe to try and cool the tyres down, because it looks like you've seen now a dry line forming. So we are getting to the point now, I think, where they'll be starting to consider the idea of the soft compound tyre. I wonder who's going to blink first.
Well, that's all well and good, but look at the clouds overhead. I mean, some of them are looking still pretty dark in the distance there, aren't they? Oh, De Bruin's wide out of turn 1, isn't he here? That's going to put Laboutelet right on his rear wing, and also allow an opportunity for Valerio Gallo as we come into turn 3. So into the braking zone we go. Laboutelet's got the inside line. Gallo's got the momentum, but no room to use it. Oh, and a biff into the back there as Jura, sort of half-season opportunity, but makes a bit of a meal of his braking and has to back out of it and just allow Gallo an opportunity to hold on to that 4th place.
Yeah, a bit clumsy by Jura there, just not running into the back of Gallo. There's nowhere to go there, run into the back of him. So I don't think there'll be a penalty or anything, but just maybe a little warning from the stewards saying, come on, keep it clean. We've got a long race to go yet, boys, so don't be shunting each other on lap 5. Kai De Bruin falling back a little bit from Gran after that mistake at T1, but it just goes to show how narrow the margins are. Again, the sideways moment for Kai De Bruin. He's really struggling now on his inters. Maybe he's burned them up.
I was going to say, yeah, I think overheating the tyres now then here. I mean, in terms of the tyre wear, they're all about sort of the same. Oh, Laboutelet's the first driver to blink, so P3, Laboutelet's come in. We were asking that at the end of the last lap, at the end of this one, and Laboutelet's come in. He's going to stick a set of, surely, soft tyres on, because if the rain is going to be set to come down later on, if you stuck anything other than softs on, you'd be a bit of a wally, to be honest with you. Onto the soft he goes. Laboutelet out and into the circuit, but where's he going to emerge?
Well, I don't understand though, surely. If you're like Cardinal and Estroza, Carazzi, you take a punt too. You go for it, because you're not going to catch him on speed at that point. But I would love to see how Laboutelet handles this as Gallo comes under attack from Jura. Jura up the inside, Serrano's going to follow him through. They come 2 at a time to the Spaniards, and there goes Jura. Can Serrano make it through as well, using the draft of Jura, who pulls across to help his compatriot? That's teamwork there, these guys are working together.
I love that, and Sasaki's there sort of lurking in the background here, isn't he, after the challenging start that the Japanese driver has had to this race. I really am not sure what's going on with Kimi Miyazono at the moment, by the way. We're used to seeing him up the sharp end pretty consistently throughout this one, and normally we see him doing a bit of a different strategy, so it'll be a bit all over the place. But here in these conditions, you have no choice but to be on the tyres that you're on. Really, he's not made much of an impression at all here tonight.
No, really, just maybe not gelling. No, he's been very busy. He's driving real life now in the NLS and Ever doing Langstracker series, and might I say, by the way, fastest sector 2 by Thomas Leboutelet.
So soft tyres are the way to go. There we go. Serrano and Barbara ready to take profit of that one. They've listened to the advice. Now, the question is, have they chosen the right time? Because look, the dry line, very much prominent here. You can see it's pretty slick still, though, offline. And you've got to be quite careful because you dive to the inside, even though you've got those slick tyres on in particular, and you're sending it through, you're not going to get the car stopped because you're just going to have no grip coming into the braking zone. On the intermediate tyres, you might be all right if you've got enough rubber left underneath you, you've not burned them up. But this is the problem. All the while they're on this drying circuit, they're going to be slower than the soft shell runners who are just going to be closing that gap down, even though they're at the back of the field.
So that time's a falling time. 14, 15 second, 1:15 some people there, from the 1:13 from earlier on. These intermediate tyres are just falling apart. They've got to get onto a soft tyre. Leboutelet, I think, has called it well, because we see how he is through that middle sector, what his lap time is. He's not set a full lap time yet without a outlap. So we've got 1:13.0 to beat. I won't be surprised to see him dip into the 12s here, and he'll be the overall leader when they all pit.
No doubt about it. Now to the top two coming to the pit line. Yeah, no worries. So Ura in there as well. Gallo surely is going to follow them. I just reckon we're going to see a flying formation with everybody else coming into the box, because any longer on that one, it used to be a bit of a fall, really. You have to sit for the current conditions, but the question is, Leboutelet, Serrano and Barbara, what sort of inroads have they been able to make relative to the other drivers around them? The question will be here for Leboutelet in particular, because he was the first driver to blink, and has he got the lead of the race back here from Kylian Drumont as a result of that early pit stop? Comes out of the first corner, and he is now back into the lead of the race, and he's got a bit of a cushion here, and Serrano's picked his pocket there as well, so that's worked out quite nicely there for Jose Serrano, who now splits the two Frenchmen in seconds.
Leboutelet went 6/10 faster than anyone on his first full lap there on the slick tyres, so that was the right choice. I'd say maybe they all boxed a little bit too late. It was a bit of a gamble by Leboutelet, but it did pay off. It's put him at the front of the pack now, and everybody else who sort of followed suit. Serrano boxed early as well, has moved to a few places, so that was the right choice to do that. But yeah, I mean, we'll see if it continues this way, if it continues to dry, or whether we're due more rain or not.
Yeah, the clouds you can see looking still pretty menacing overhead. There's a big dark one right up in the middle of the middle sector there, and I mean, look, I'm no weather expert, but I have lived in Great Britain for pretty much all of my life. I have to say, that is looking pretty menacing, pretty ominous indeed. You have no choice but to change over to the dry tyres. You try and eke it out on the intermediate tyres, you're going to hemorrhage so much time that anything you'd have gained from not making that extra pit stop, you'd have ended up losing from the fact that everybody else around you would have been so much faster. So they had no other choice but to blink at that point, and it's been a great profit there for Thomas Leboutelet and for Jose Serrano. And let's see now what happens with the weather. If it starts to fall in a light intensity, they might be all right if they can keep heating to the tyres. But if it's an absolute deluge, intermediates or wet, that's got to be the only way to go. And do you blink early? Do you chance it and hope that it'll dry up and then wait till later? It's a proper gamble, a proper guessing game that no one really knows how to work out.
You've got to just drive to the conditions at this point. It is dry, the dry tyre is fast, just stay on that tyre. I mean, you can't just go, oh, it looks a bit cloudy out, I'm going to switch to the wet. You'll just lose all your time you've gained. But you can see out there, it is slippery. It's not full slick conditions yet. There is a dry line, yes. There's also a lot of wet on the circuit still, and you catch that in this car. The crash happens so quickly, you don't even realise what's happened. You're already in the wall. So right now, the Leboutelet Serrano handling at the best. Now, 1-2 Serrano, again, from someone who seems a bit anonymous in the sprint race, is just doing what he does, climbing up the field, and is now looking at the back of the leader and gaining. Can we see another win, maybe, for Jose Serrano today? It's anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, Jose Serrano has absolutely come alive here in this grand final. He's got the overspeed. First corner, not really the place you're going to be making a pass. Needs to hope that he gets a strong exit out of there, but has a bit of a slide actually on the curve there. Leboutelet gets great attraction, and that just denies an opportunity for Serrano to try and launch an attack into turn 3. No dive bombs into there, not at this stage of the race. We're only 1/3 through another race distance, but look at how dark that cloud is looking overhead. Look at how ominous it is here at the Red Bull Ring. And now Serrano closer than ever before on Thomas Labousse, who goes for a sort of half defensive line down that back straight, but holds on to the race lead coming into 4.
Knows at the back of this little train, it's Guy Barber. He's managed to bring himself back up, bring himself back of the grid up to P7 now. Only a couple of seconds off the lead. I mean, it is the back of his train, but he's there. If there's a mistake, he will be there to capitalise. So, good performance so far from the Australian driver. We see this every time. Makes a mistake, comes back through, and then finishes pretty high, but could have done better if he qualified well. He needs to get that qualifying sorted, I think.
Yeah, was his Achilles heel. You know, he sort of put him on the back foot courtesy of the fact that he started right down the field in the sprint race. Look at the live points rankings. If it landed as it was now, it would be great for Jose Serrano because he would have a bit of a comfortable cushion going into the penultimate round of the Gran Turismo World Series in Los Angeles in November, but there's plenty of time between now and when the checker flag will fly here in this race. On board we are here with Kai de Bruyne, ever the opportunist, ever chasing his first podium in the GT World Series. Into turn 3 we go, and such is the legacy of the race that we've had here for this one. We haven't really had any breakaway battles, no divergence on soft, medium or hard compounds or strategies. That's why we're on lap 11, and you've got, what, 6 or 7 drivers all separated by a second or so effectively out on track.
Yeah, I mean, it is that close right now, and it will continue to be that close until the checker flag falls, I imagine, as we keep watching Jose Serrano. The thing is, if you make a move, you just open yourself up to attack from somewhere else, so you really have to make sure you are 100% sure you want to do that. You've got to be decisive. Gallo right now, they're looking onto the wet line. I always get a bit scared when they do that, but yeah, they managed to seem to make the tyre work even whilst dousing it in water. So here we are then. The top 6, that's 6 drivers there in that frame. They're there. So close right now.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, they're all sort of keeping their powder dry. I mean, they're looking a bit scrappy coming down this start-finish race, thinking about a bit of a move, but no one's really doing a big send to the inside at the moment. They know it's a long race. They know that the likelihood is, I mean, look, in the background there, it all looks nice and calm and cool in terms of the weather, but Inestrosa has just come into the pit lane at the end of lap time. He's going to do a bit of an alternate strategy. He's gone to the intermediate tyre. I mean, I haven't seen these spots of rain, unless there's a couple of spots coming on the sort of front canopy.
Sasaki dropped from 3 to 8 though.
I mean, look, Inestrosa, he's so far down the order, trying something different is, you know, it's something, isn't it? But
why?
If the track's bone dry, well there, that's why. The weather radar, I suppose, is probably looking at.
Yeah, but like right now, it is still slick tyres. It's what I mean, like, you can't, for this, you can't go, right, I'm going to think in 7D, but right, it will rain. I say that kind of Brewer runs into the back. What happened there? Serrano's slow. Still slow. I think Kai's looking a bit puzzled too.
Yeah, I think basically what happened, Serrano must have had a moment though, he just backed the rest of them up though, didn't it? He not got a warning there.
Maybe that was it,
just a collision.
Just nicked it maybe, slowed him down. Kind of Brewer now right on the back of the Frenchman's X2019. Nothing really to do here. I don't see any rain, Tom. I mean, on the radar there's something, there's nothing on the canopy. And again, in real life, you don't box until like the 6 can't take it anymore.
Yeah, you're not at the crossover point, no doubt about it. You know, the thing is, you know, the rain coming down on the canopy, fine, looks particularly spectacular as we see Drumont versus Serrano side by side into turn 3. Serrano holds firm, but runs a bit deep actually on the apex, and that might allow Drumont to close up onto the exit of the corner. Goes off onto the sort of wetter part of the circuit here and down in towards turn 4. He's got the inside line, but has he got the grip under braking? He has. Drumont is through, and on the inside of Jose Serrano. Oh, look at that for Kai de Bruyne. Beautiful. On the inside, the door was open, and Kai de Bruyne gladly walked through it.
You don't have to ask him, do you? You always say, all right, okay, I'll take that, thank you very much. Any opportunity, and Kai is on that. I've got to admire that driving style. Super aggressive, super opportunistic, and up to P3 now.
He's like a Jack Russell, isn't he, Kai de Bruyne? He's sort of, you know, yapping away at your heels and then out over your shoulder. It's just sort of
a very tall Jack Russell.
Very tall Jack Russell indeed. But he is Dutch.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfair.
So, look, Inestrosa, just to finish that thought, by the way, you know, he's what, 22 seconds off the back, but exactly as you say, all the while you keep it heat in those slick tyres, there's no need to change over to the intermediates because you're just not putting, you know, you're not running out of grip or anything like that. And I totally get his point, but now look at the weather radar. It's changed back to slick, so unless it's just going to tippy-toe round, but you know, you've got to keep a level of pace up.
You've got to ignore that radar. Like, I mean, obviously it gives you an idea of what's coming, but you are there. You are the best place, the best person to determine what tyres you've got to be on. So that's what they always say to me on the radio when we're racing around the North Side. They say, you tell us. You know, and just saying, oh, but the radar says, yeah, but it's bone dry. Don't go onto a wet tyre. I mean, look, he was 3 seconds slower than that in Estrosa. Any advantage he might have gained is already gone. He's losing time every lap now.
I always remember, do you remember the 2009 Malaysian Grand Prix? Particularly weird sort of thing to get into, I know. But it was a race that was affected by rain. It ended up not going the full race distance, but there was a strategy there where Ferrari went onto the wet tyres on a bone-dry circuit. Anyway, get away from that diversion because look, everybody else is now coming in. They've got to be coming in for intermediate tyres, surely. So the top three, Labousselet, Drummond and De Bruyne, have all come into the pit lane. They've gone for intermediate tyres. Serrano, Jura, etc. have all stayed out here. Now, are they going to take advantage? Lap times, what? They're in the 1:11. They're easily slick tyres last time around. Unless they're expecting an absolute deluge on this lap. I don't know. Is that the right call?
It's not raining, boys. What's going on? I'm sitting here like wondering, I mean, maybe they can see something we can't. I mean, but again, I can see there is the weather radar here. I mean, hopefully we can show you guys on screen as well. So we can see that here is the weather radar. We can see that there is some rain coming, but can you see rain now? No! What's going on?
Oh, Labousselet and De Bruyne there. So De Bruyne's managed to take profit of that one. So he's now ahead of the two Frenchmen. Of course, Labousselet, just to remind you, was in the race lead prior to this one. So, you know, is this the effective race lead, or is now this the time for Jose Serrano and Paul Jura to start coming to the fore? Now there is the rain on the canopy for the first time. But of course they've waited a lap later. They'll have been pumping in 6 times. They're going around another time. So they're thinking we're nowhere near the crossover point, but are they going to be waiting that little bit too long? Because now the rain's coming down at a heavier intensity here. Miyazono and Karatza subsequently have blinked at the end of lap 16. They've decided they're going for intermediates.
They're just going to risk it, I think, and try and save the pit stop. If you can do that and hang it out, you save a pit stop. I was speaking to our co-commentator, Florian Strauss. No, it's the wrong choice. Look at this. It is definitely the wrong choice. The slick tyres have nothing. But then again, the rain has almost stopped again. Maybe it's drier at this point of the circuit. Of course, the rain moves over the track, so not all of it is wet at once.
Just to give some clarification for the audience, by the way, the weather radar, when it's a light blue, that's sort of a light rain. When it gets to dark blue, that's a heavy rain. When it's green, duck and find cover and get a boat with 2 oars rather than a Red Bull X 2019 with wet tyres, to be honest with you, is probably the best solution. Right, so it's pretty wet in the first part of the first sector that we can see. The middle sector looks all right, though, to be honest with you. Can't see too much rain that's affecting this part of the circuit. Now the question is, how much time for the likes of Labousselet, De Bruyne and Drummond, who all boxed at the end of the last lap, how much time are they going to be gaining or losing relative to the top 4 who are still on the slick tyres? The opportunity is there for these slick runners, but you know, are the track conditions meeting what they're expecting?
Well, here's where it's wettest. It's down here at T1 going up towards T2 and T3, and that's where we saw Gallo really struggle. But let's have a look now as they come through. It looks like it's dry. So I think by staying out, making that right call, the water's been cleared up pretty much instantly. I mean, these things are pretty much vacuum cleared to water. The water gets just thrown up and off into oblivion. So staying on this soft tyre was the right choice, because now they don't have to box off it again. They're on the right tyre at this time. If it does continue to rain, then you come in the box. But I think braving that out was the right choice, and only 4 cars have done that. Serrano, Jura, Gallo, and Guy Barbara.
But Drummond has just lost a place to Takuma Sasaki, who's braved it out on the soft compounded tyre and is now taking profit of those runners who went for the intermediate tyres in this middle stint of the race, and now they're hemorrhaging time relative to those around. I mean, like lap times wise, last time around, Jose Serrano on the soft tyres, 1:16.6. Labousselet was a 1:13, but this time it's going to be surely the converse of that, because the rain has stopped and the track conditions are falling back. Or is it though? I say that, now the top 3 are coming into the pits. Is Guy Barbara going to follow them in, or is he going to go bold with the strategy? No, he comes in as well. He's following the leaders because he's now gained track position pretty much from right at the back of the field. So they're going on to the intermediate tyres about 2 laps later than the top 3. So now let's see how this is ebb and flowed. Don't forget, Labousselet and Drummond were at the front of this race along with Serrano prior to the pit stops. Now, with the reverse of that, it's Labousselet, De Bruyne and Drummond who lead this race, with Serrano in 4th Karatsa's up to 5th position here, and Jura is down to 6th place. So those who did pit earlier for those intermediate tyres ultimately have managed to take profit of that.
Yeah, a lot of confused faces in the audience. Don't worry, us too. We're trying to work it out as we go at the moment. But what I would love to see now is that weather radar, because guess what? Rain's here once again, but there are people out there on significantly newer intermediate tyres than the rest. So I have to wonder if they just saw this coming. You can only go so far out of the weather radar. You can't go too far, but that cloud looks ominous. The Boutelet, De Bruin and Drummond, 1, 2, 3. Serrano 4th as well. Really, and that pack who stayed out, who braved it, actually lost out, which I don't see how that makes sense. My brain can't get around that.
So I kind of get what you're saying, but yeah, look, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, look at the sky, it's like a British summer's day this. It's dark on one part of it, and look at the rain now. It's coming down in a very heavy intensity, heavier than we've seen it over the course of this one. Now, the question is, how long are these intermediate tyres going to hold up? And those who pitted earlier on, of course, their intermediate tyres are going to be a lot more worn than those who pitted 2 laps later, because the track wasn't wet enough at the time. They were burning up, they were overheating those intermediate tyres. So if you're on the inters now, fine, have you got the grip underneath you because you might have burnt those tyres out a bit sooner, or are you going to still have the grip underneath you because the rain might be falling heavier?
And of course, bear in mind, the way that intermediate tyres wear is you basically burn the tread away. So if it gets wetter, you lose the ability to move the water in the same way you would with a fresh intermediate tyre. So you start getting into a lot of levels of thinking here, trying to work out what is the best way to do it. And the thing is, in real life racing, you will have a team on the end of your radio telling you what the best opportunity is. But here, they've got to do it all themselves.
Look at the tyres there, so you can see the top 3 who pitted earlier for the intermediate tyres. Their tyres are significantly more worn relative to the likes of Serrano and Gallo and Jura. Jura, meanwhile, has just lost a place to Valerio Gallo, who's made an overtake on Jura for 6th position. But, yeah, so you can see that those who pitted later on, of course, have got more tyre length, as you would begin to expect. Now Le Boutelet is challenging with De Bruin. Side by side we go. Le Boutelet still holds firm in the race lead as De Bruin sort of had a half look to the inside going down the start-finish straight, but couldn't quite make it stick. So we're 2/3 done here in this race. We're on board here with Drummond, spray being thrown in front of him effectively from the cars, and we head into the braking zone of turn 3. So this is your battle for the race lead, but how is this one going to ebb and flow in terms of the weather? I mean, look at the sky, it looks pretty clear, pretty okay.
Kai's Bruin got the run on the booter there on the outside, better off the exit, just came off the racing line, good launch there, looking around the outside, can he make it stick on the Frenchman? He can, right around the outside goes Kai's Bruin, back up into the lead of the race. Really nice move there by the Dutch driver. But as you say, Tom, I mean, like we haven't got a weather radar here on screen right now, so I can't tell you what's coming and what isn't. But the skies look good. I think we're going to go back towards maybe a drier circuit. So, I mean, the question remains: do you reckon you could have kept out the soft tires? I don't think so. I think that would be too much.
Well, look, let's park that thought for now. The question now is: look, it looks right. It looks perfect overhead. As you see the 2 Frenchmen squabbling for 2nd place here with Le Boutelet and Drummond, but can you now go to the end of the race on the intermediate tyres, or are you going to have to make another pit stop and go to dry tyres if it dries out towards the end of this one? There's so much going on in this one, and the upshot is now, for the first time, Kai De Bruin it is that leads from Kylian Drummond, Le Boutelet in 2nd, Serrano in 3rd. You've got 4 drivers there separated by about 1.5, 2 seconds or so as they come on the run into turn 3. And now Kai De Bruin, the Dutchman, leads a race for the first time in the Grand Finals in the Nations Cup.
What an introduction there to Dunlop, to this series. Pretty much all that tyres being used at once in this race. Cool to see. But now, yeah, as you say, it's a matter of how long until the track dries out again. We said crossover time. It's about 1 minute 13 or so from the intermediate to the soft compounder tyre. Last lap time for context for our leader, Kai De Bruin, 1:16.5. So we're not quite there yet, but Miyazono managed a 15.1. So the time is there. And that 15.1, by the way, that was on a older set of tyres. Not the older set on the grid, but an older set of tyres. So, well, there you are, last lap on the screen there. So, we're approaching it, but we're not quite there yet. But it's one of those big calls. If you're Guy Barber or something, make the call early, have a go. Why the hell not?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Guy Barber was, as you saw earlier on, he was right at the sharp end of this one. The upshot is because he pitted when he did, he lost a bit of track position, and he's now down into 8th position. You can see further behind there as well, you've got the likes of Gallo with Carazza and Ura all squabbling for places. Guy Barber celebrated his birthday yesterday. Would love to give himself a birthday present of a podium finish as we ride on board here with Jose Serrano, who's now all over the rear wing of the Mutilate into the braking zone of turn 3. Has he got the grip on the outside? They run side by side, but they have a face for the curb. He's got the traction though. He's got the overspeed. That's absolutely beautiful from Jose Serrano, who's now through it into 3rd place and fancies a nibble at Kilian Drummond's 2nd before too long. Not quite down into turn 4, but he's certainly getting the hurry up.
The Serrano's Dunlop intermediates are significantly newer than Drummond's and De Bruyn's in front. That might play into this race. I've just seen our radar we have on our screen here. There is still a little bit of rain left, but after that it seems to be, that's it, dry. So I feel as if we're going to be going back to soft tyres at some point in this race. When no, that's up to the drivers. The Serrano now is right with the back of Drummond. Is he going to go for a move? He's got so much more speed right now with the driver in front of him. Has Serrano played a blinder here? I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. This guy is a past winner, won last time out in London, the Nations Cup champion from 2023, the team format. Never count him out.
Do you know what this race reminds me of? Do you remember World Series 2 in Prague last year? Hegsay versus Bedina. Oh, De Bruyn, by the way, was just a little bit wide over the curve there. Drummond, I beg your pardon. That might have cost him a bit of drive coming in towards turn 3 and allowed Serrano to attack. But Hegsay versus Bedina last year, we saw a great battle in exactly the same conditions as this. And now look at the drive that Serrano gets on the exit of turn 3. He's in the slipstream here of Kilian Drummond. Drummond's going to defend this line surely to the inside and force Serrano to the outside. You can make a move stick through there. He needs a good grip under braking and a willing dance partner. Drummond tries to squeeze him. Serrano's there, but he gets a pace full of curb as Drummond holds the line for second and holds on for now the charge of the flying Spaniards.
Drummond there just walking out to the outside of the circuit, saying no thank you son. Here's on board the Paul Ura. Oh, right into the back of Gallo. Here's Gallo again. Second time his race has done that.
Yeah, no grip under braking there for Ura. Just plants it into the back of Gallo. He in turn then goes into the side of Adriano Carazza, who's on the receiving end of that one. Serrano having a look. He's got more grip. He's trying to use it to his advantage to the inside of the final corner. What a lunge from Jose Serrano. He's now through it into 2nd. He wants to get 2 wins from 2 World Series events. It compromised his run though out of the final corner. Could leave him vulnerable, but I think he just about gathers it up okay.
Starting to see a little bit of a dry line emerge there, Tom, and I think if you're Kai De Bruyn, those rear tyres are going off pretty, you can see here, they're going off pretty bad like. Same thing as Strohs. I mean, his race isn't really going to affect the rest of this race here, but Kai De Bruyn, Drummond and Labouche have something to think about very soon. Serrano though, he can probably direct those here. Look at how much faster he is. He's already on the back of Kai De Bruyn, going down into T4 here. What do you make a go of it? He gets very close to the Dutchman, but look at the amount of speed he has over the car in front. It's only a matter of time, it has to be. Serrano will be leading this race if he can get by Kai De Bruyn.
De Bruyn's going to defend this one here in the middle sector. No surprise there at all. Innes Rose is going to surely go to the soft tyres. Nothing to lose there for him right at the back. But at the sharp end of this one, De Bruyn, oh, he's all over the road. He's just got no grip underneath him. Serrano's going to drive by like he's left the handbrake on. There's contact as they come through the exit of the right-hander. Serrano though with the inside line, and now the lead of the race for the first time. Jose Serrano for Spain is in front here in the grand final, and he's got 6 laps separating him from his 2nd victory in succession.
I don't think there's enough time to come in and put the softs on for it to make a difference.
I think you're right. I was just about to say, you know, the crossover, what, we won 13? We're about at that window now, but the time you're going to lose, what, 25 seconds, something like that? You're not going to gain that unless everybody else does it, and it's such a gamble at the sharp end. Serrano, I don't think he can afford to take that risk now.
But some of these guys might have to. I mean, look who's having the stab at it. Mirzono's going to go, whatever. Nothing to lose for Mirzono. There's a long way back on this pack, but it might be worth doing something. There's 5 and a bit laps left. I don't know. Serrano might have played this one just fantastic. A bit wide on the bottom. It doesn't matter. He's already gained a 2nd on De Bruyn and Drummond. So now Paul Ura also coming through the field on a much healthier intermediate tyre.
Well, they picked it at the same time, didn't they?
Yeah, are we going to see another Spanish 1-2?
It's not out of the realms of possibility, is it? I mean, look, you know, Ura lost track position courtesy of the fact that he was a couple more car lengths behind Serrano, and ultimately, because of the field, they were so close to one another. it means that he's now got more hard work to do here, Paul Ura. But look at him, he's all over the back of Kylian Drumont like a bad rash. And Drumont's race and De Bruyne's race are falling apart like a cheap watch. Through the final corner we go, across the timing line, and you get the sense that Ura is going to send one through on the inside because he's going to just have that much more grip under braking, and indeed he does. Look at that, Paul Ura into third place in a great attraction on the exit. Next target, Kai De Bruyne, and it's only a matter of time here.
Yeah, and Kai De Bruyne's stuck, he can't do anything here apart from box. Here comes Valerio Gallo also on a newer tyre as well. So all those who pitted for the intermediates a bit later are all seeing, oh, Drumont and Boot made contact. The French drivers who were leading this 1-2 at the start down to 5th and 6th and still falling, and suddenly Gallo is in with a chance of a podium too.
There's no adage for experience in the Gran Turismo World Series. The podium, just to remind you, for World Series 1, Serrano, Ura and Gallo was your top 3 finishers. At the moment it looks set that could be on for a repeat. Serrano leads, but Ura's got the inside line here on Kai De Bruyne in the middle sector. Can he make it stick through into the left-hander? He can! And Gallo's there as well. De Bruyne loses 2 places. Drumont's rear tyres are absolutely toast, by the way. That's why he's sliding around like a dog on a polished floor. So he's going to surely have to come in and make a box before the end of this race. De Bruyne's going to be going backwards there as well. They're intermediate tyres. There's no water left to clear them. They're just overheating. They're all over the shop. And now, we've got 2 laps left remaining. And it's Serrano, Ura and Gallo, a repeat, possibly, of the World Series 1 podium on the cards here in Berlin.
That is huge. And you know who gains 2 seconds there in Sector 2 alone? Takuma Miyazono in P9. So he's flying right now on that soft compound tyre. I think maybe a bit too far back to do anything. But still, the speed is there. Who knows?
Well, look who the big winners are in that one. Guy Barbara, I know he's just picked up a 2-second penalty. Sasaki as well also made ground because they pitted at the same time as the 3 who are now in the top 3 positions here in this race. And I tell you what, Jimmy, it's not over in the battle for these podium places because Gallo, he needs as many points as he can. He's 3rd in the championship at the moment. If he can get one over of Ura, that will be enough to promote him up into 2nd in the championship, I reckon.
You'll never have a go. Last lap there. Look who's the fastest second right now. It's Takuma Miyazono, 1:12.1, but only 1.1 seconds faster than Serrano. Not quick enough, I think, to make that gap to the front, but quick enough to maybe challenge for a couple more positions. Meanwhile, Ura and Gallo going at it on his intermediate tyres, wearing more and more. Ura boxes.
He's boxed.
Why?
His intermediate tyres. Is he just taking a gamble? Is he deciding that his tyres are going to be slow to the end of the race and he's taking a risk? I mean, look, for our money, the safe bet, surely, 2 laps to go, you just nurse those intermediate tyres to the end of this race, but he's throwing caution to the wind. I mean, what's there a gap, 5 seconds or so? Back to Sasaki, but surely he's going to be dropping track position. Let's see where he comes out of the pit lane here, Paul Ura. He's going to have the mother and father of all jobs now to do this in the last 2 laps of this race. The upshot is, though, Serrano has to play this one safe. He's got no choice. He's backed into a corner, and he's now just going to drive this one as best he can. Barbara versus De Bruyne, meanwhile. De Bruyne's still stuffing it out on the intermediate tyres, but he's going to fall down like a stone. But we're still holding our head in our hands, wondering the strategy there of Paul Ura, who's, by the looks of things, thrown away what could have been a certain podium.
I don't understand. I don't know. But ask him afterwards. But only he knows what's going through his own mind. But meanwhile, Kai De Bruyne fighting off Guy Barbara. I bet he didn't think he'd be battling for 4th place at the end of this. Sasaki ahead of them on the podium now. Again, someone else who probably had no idea, but Serrano is coming on to start his penultimate lap, and the pace is still there. His last lap, 14.3, starting to fall off now. But look at the gap, he can afford a couple of seconds a lap.
The drop-off is quite dramatic, I will say, on these intermediate tyres. So unless they're sort of thinking, look, if I run 2 more laps on these tyres, the rears are going to be toast, and I'm just going to be crawling around on that final lap. And that's what they're sort of gambling on. Look, let's wait and see how it all works out. I tell you, someone who'll be ruining how this race has panned out is Guy Barbara. I know he's in P5, he's on for a strong result, but he was on the podium effectively now. He was in where Sasaki was prior to that 2-second penalty that he had a few moments ago. Meanwhile, Takuma Miyazono, we've hardly mentioned him at all here tonight. We talked about unusual strategies. He's just quietly ghosted his way up into 6th position, and he's now all over the back of Guy Barbara as De Bruyne versus Sasaki for the final podium place. Side by side they go. Sasaki holds it, but De Bruyne's got the inside line. Has he got the traction through on the inside? He has. Kai De Bruyne is now back up and into the podium places.
Yeah, De Bruyne wants this. He's basically on the podium the entire race. Miyazono, though, look at him. He's stuck. He can't get by Guy Barbara. He can't go off the race and lie on those soft tyres, but the traction's there. And now, There's only one more lap left. Is Sasaki going to be far enough ahead to keep his position from Takuma Miyazono? This has been a ridiculous race. Jose Serrano starts his last lap, so he's now leading into T1, 6 seconds between him and Valerio Gallo. Kai de Bruin third, Sasaki fourth just from Takuma Miyazono, and Guy Barbara sixth. Paul Euro seventh after boxing for a reason we can't comprehend. This race has been ridiculous.
Well, look at the points rankings here for Jose Serrano. It would be a clean sweep in the Nations Cup for him so far. But Paul Ura, he'd have been on for a level second place with Valerio Gallo had he finished where he was. The upshot is he's now looking set to not finish on the podium unless other drivers fall into severe misfortunes in the final half a lap here at this Red Bull Ring circuit. But Jose Serrano, his rear tyres are absolutely knackered at the moment. They're right down to the canvas, the cord, and anything that's underneath that, and he's just going to be cruising his way. But he's got, what, 7 seconds in his pocket, and unless he makes a slip up of his lines in the final sector, I think this race is going to go the way of Jose Serrano. And what a drive it has proven to be. 2 more corners from home, and this is going to feel like the longest 2 of the young Spaniard's life. He now makes his way around the final corner. Jose Serrano makes it 2 wins from 2 races in the Nations Cup here in Berlin. What a performance from the Spaniard. Second place for Valerio Gallo, and P3 for Kai de Bruin. His first ever podium in the Gran Turismo World Series. Sasaki versus Miyazono, and Miyazono mugged Sasaki at the checkered flag there as well. And Paul Ura, well, from what we saw, it looks like he threw away what could have been an almost certain podium here tonight.
I'm not allowed to describe this race in the way I want to because we're my Ofcom. Yeah, we're a friendly stream that way. But what happened there? That was a ridiculous race, and how well played by Jose Serrano. You know what? Going into this final, I was like, nah, he's not in it. It's going to be between the French guys, who went to 7th and 8th, by the way. They beat Leon Drummond, but Serrano just showing.
Congratulations,
what
Party
experience
Popper.
means in these GT live events. Valerio Gallo, an amazing second place who finished with pretty much no rear left tyre, and Kai de Bruin finally gets back on the podium where he belongs. A couple of steps maybe lower than he wanted, but still an impressive performance there from the Dutchman.
Yeah, I have to say, if you're Kai de Bruin, you're smiling from ear to ear. For Jose Serrano, amazing job. For Paul Ura, there must have been something. He must have known that those tyres were going to go off. Look, you know, we'll pick the bones out of it. I'm sure we'll catch up with him at some point. Either way, the race started in intermediate conditions. It was Drummond and Le Boutellé who were leading the race at the sharp end of that one. They came over the line in 7th and 8th, by the way, and just dropped back through the race. Anyway, in the mid stages, it all kicked off. It dried up, then it started to get wet again, then it dried up, then it started to get wet again. Le Boutellé was leading on lap 19, then De Bruin fancied a pick at the front. Serrano was there as well as Carazza at this point. The strategies all then began to sort of play out as the conditions developed. Le Boutellé here was on the inside of Jose Serrano. The upshot is those who pitted earlier for the intermediate tyres managed to leapfrog those who pitted later, but the problem is that then left them vulnerable later on in the race. And you can see here De Bruin, well, this is where his race began to sort of, what we thought was come undone. Serrano got back through and just managed to nurse his tyres to the end of that one.
Yeah, it was a thoroughly ridiculous race. It really was. It was just who was in the right tyre at the right time. And I found myself just being a bit lost at some point, to be honest, because of how the weather changed. But this man read the situation perfectly. Jose Serrano coming home 7 seconds ahead of Valerio Gallo. That is not an insignificant margin.
Yeah, it reminds me of the last time I tried to read a book in the power cut. You know, it was unreadable. Jose Serrano, meanwhile, takes his second victory of the season in the grand final for the Nations Cup. Valerio Gallo makes it a second podium in as many races, and Kai de Bruin makes his first podium here in the Gran Turismo World Series. A phenomenal result. Let's go down on the floor and catch up with Jules. She'll surely be catching up with some of our podium finishers.
Yes, welcome guys. So first of all, that was some amazing driving. You got a podium, fantastic work. I mean, I gotta be honest, those tyres looked, they're pretty, yeah, how was that? I don't know how to put it into words.
So I guess around lap 24, my rear tires were literally 100% done.
I think everybody was down to like nothing at some point, yeah.
Yeah, so I pitted again and made some places, yeah.
But you got way out in front and you kept it, which is fantastic stuff. How did you stay calm?
I mean...
Stay calm? I mean, maybe you didn't.
Just keep pushing, I guess.
And Valerio, amazing drive there. Well done. How are you feeling? Talk us through that, because that was, I mean, it was a lot, right?
A lot of stuff happened, to be honest. I mean, from the start of the day, I was very upset for the qualifying. But, you know, I saw also the variables for sprint race, and we saw that also with a bit of penalties, also 3 wides for the straight line. And also the grand final, of course, with the wet, it was huge variable. And I just needed to stay out of trouble and manage the tires because I was... Can't say drift like the last corners.
I mean, did you have any left? Was it just dust by the end there?
Probably I dismounted the tires completely. So, but yeah, I'm still GG to these guys and well done. And also congrats to Jose and to all the other guys.
Yeah, well done. Give a big round of applause, guys. And Paul, I guess you want to know what happened with the strategy there at the end.
I don't know. I'm, you know, the famous sentence from Charles Leclerc, I'm stupid. That's the conclusion of the race.
I'm stupid.
No, don't be silly. Come on. It was an amazing drive. Come on. Honestly, like, it's all very well us sitting here and being like, yeah, you know, like, it's very, very different when you're sitting up there, right? It's really different. You have to make decisions in a short moment, and sometimes it works okay, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't think I could do any better, but yeah, you did really, really well. Guys, I want to give them a big round of applause. Everyone did stellar work. You see all of the competitors here for the Nations Cup Grand Final. Let's throw it back up to Tom and Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Jules. Well, let's take stock of the World Series points rankings after 2 rounds then. Jose Serrano, 2 wins in 2 races. Superb job from the Spaniard. Gallo sits there in 2nd place, and Jura, well, he only scored 1 point after that strategy miscommunication dilemma, whatever you want to refer to it as. Either way, it's a missed opportunity for him, and he now sits 3rd in the standings. Sasaki in there as well, and Kaide Brun, courtesy of his first point score of the season, jumps himself right up from near the bottom to 5th in the standings.
Yeah, consistency there from Gallo. Just keep a minute. The gap is now 3 points to Jose Serrano, but it's not completely out of it. Well, of course, Paul Jura there, now half the points behind Serrano. But a couple of people getting points on the board again. Guy Barber will be upset at that performance. A mistake right at the end there, put him right down to the bottom of the field. As well, Ines Rosa with that interesting intermediate strategy. But as Jules said, very, very difficult to work that all out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, let's get down then to Jules and catch up with the winner. 2 wins in 2 Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup finals for Jose Serrano.
I'm down here with Jose Serrano, the winner of round 2 of the Nations Cup. Jose, talk us through your strategy. There was a lot of strategy in that. How did you make it work?
Well,
everyone's like, oh God.
It was one of the toughest races I've did, so incredible. I'm super happy to the results, so yeah.
Like, talk us through, because I mean, it was a very, had no idea how it was going to kind of play out, and you just made a really, really good call, obviously, like hitting a little bit later on. Were you making the decisions in the moment? Did you, I mean, I suppose you couldn't really have a strategy because you don't know what the weather's going to be.
I had no idea too, so.
My strategy is no strategy.
Strategy, secret.
But if you can make those good decisions in the moment, then that's all that counts. But I mean, was it a fun race? Is it ever fun?
For the testator, I think so. So for me, no, but.
Well, you did good. It's definitely fun now, right? Please give a huge round of applause to Jose Serrano, a Nations Cup round 2 winner!
Well, after you've had a cup of tea and calmed down after that one, you can vote for your driver of the day as well. Jose Serrano, Valerio Gallo and Kylian Drumont are your options. Get on to the YouTube stream and let us know who you think is the top driver from that one. I have to say, Jose Serrano, look, he pulled an absolute blinder, no doubt about it, but there were some great performances up and down the field in that race. It is quite hard to call.
Yeah, almost hard to pick from those 3 there, but all definite contenders, all worthy of the Dunlop driver of the day. But it's up to you guys, though, on YouTube.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing who is going to be the winner of that one. And look, you know, Brun as well. I cannot emphasise how happy I am for him. He's just seems to have been a nearly man. He's always been there. These X2019s he seems to perform exceptionally well in. But yeah, really, really strong performance.
There are so many of those drivers now in this field where they're all rapid, and if the conditions sort of come together for them, they win easily. But as you know, in these events, we don't make it easy for them.
Yeah, you don't say. I'm absolutely knackered after that one. And so are the drivers. Let's get the podium ceremony then underway without further ado here in Berlin. Berlin, the Gran Turismo World Series. It's time to welcome our podium finishers. In third place from the Netherlands, give it your all for Brun. In second place, please give it up for Italy's Valerio Gallo. And the winner of Gran Turismo World Series 2 in the Nations Cup from Spain, it is Jose Serrano! Two wins from two races, maximum points here in Germany. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Spain. The national anthem of Spain plays out for our winner, Jose Serrano, who now has maximum points in the Gran Turismo World Series Nations Cup. And it's now time for the awards to be presented. Third place, Belman Adarevic, the Senior Marketing Director of Fanatec, makes her way onto the stage. To a round of applause here in Germany. And she will present the third place trophy to the Dutchman, Kai de Bruyne. Second place, Takahiko Tokio, Sumitomo Rubber Industries Global Marketing Department, makes his way onto the stage here in Germany. And towards the awards, to grab the second place trophy and present it to Italy's Valerio Gallo! And finally, please welcome the Gran Turismo Series producer, Kazunori Yamauchi, onto the stage here in Berlin.
Dunlop Physics
and last
coming
but not
soon.
least, the winner's trophy for the second time this season is awarded to Spain and Jose Serrano!
Yeah, be interesting.
Well, once again, spicy racing for you.
Stop it. Stop it. Are you on commission for that or something?
I get paid every time I say it. But it was, my goodness, what some fantastic racing. Those tyres, wow. If anything was spicy, it was the tyres.
We've just got to have rain every event. I'm telling you, it makes it amazing. I love trying to call that stuff. It's so difficult to watch.
It's like real in the moment strategy. How do you find it?
That was amazing. And look, if that sets a precedent for Dunlop coming into the championship, bring it on. I cannot wait.
This was my mic. I would simulate a mic drop, but it's not. I've taken out my wages, so I'm not going to do that. But it's been. Have you guys had a good time? Yeah? We've had a great time here in Berlin. They've been incredible hosts, an amazing audience. Don't forget to get your tickets, of course, for Los Angeles. Come and visit us, get a tan. It's going to be great. And then, of course, our grand finals, which are going to be in Fukuoka in Japan. And tickets for them go on sale on October the 1st. You know you've always wanted to go to Japan. Now's your chance to do it with a good excuse, which is watching some amazing sim racing and the best in the world competing. Have you had a nice time today?
Oh, I always have a nice time here at Gran Turismo. How could I not?
It's been wonderful, hasn't it? I mean, Jose Serrano in the Nations Cup, maximum points on offer. He's in a great position going into World Series 3 in LA.
I think it's every year it just gets better and better. See, that's the spice. It adds flavour to me. Okay. Well, we've had a great time, but we'll see you next time in Los Angeles. Bye.
Thanks for joining us.
日本の皆様おやすみなさい。